welcome to our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan. I'm Lee Chiu-yuan, coming to you live in Beijing. President Xi is now in the Tajik capital Dushanbe after attending the SCO summit there in Astana and a state visit to Kazakhstan. He's scheduled to hold talks with President Emomali Rahmon as the two sides seek to deepen ties and strengthen cooperation. And as one of the founding members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Tajikistan has shared close ties with China over the past 3 decades.
Tajikistan has a population of around 10 million, with 93% of its land covered by mountains. Due to its mountainous terrain and abundant rivers, Tajikistan is home to some of the world's largest hydropower plants. The mountains also define its borders, with China to its east. Since 1992, when Dushanbe and Beijing established ties, Tajikistan has received much support from China. Tajikistan views the Belt and Road Initiative as an opportunity to increase foreign capital, modernize its infrastructure, and build better connections with Europe and China. China is now one of Tajikistan's largest investors and top trade partners. In 2022, China accounted for 17.5% of Tajikistan's trade, second to Russia. By 2023, bilateral trade rose 53.5% from a year ago to a record $3.9 billion. The two countries have an intergovernmental commission for trade and economic cooperation and a sub-commission between Tajikistan and Xinjiang, the northwestern Chinese region closest to its border. Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has visited China nearly 20 times since 1993 to deepen bilateral ties. In 2017, the two nations forged a comprehensive strategic partnership. During President Rahmon's state visit to China in 2023, President Xi expressed China's willingness to build a community with a shared future with Tajikistan. President Xi considers Tajikistan an ironclad friend of China. The two countries continue to consolidate political mutual trust, enhance cooperation in energy and industry, and facilitate people-to-people exchanges.
President Xi Jinping has called for continued steady development of bilateral ties. An article written by Xi Jinping has been published by Tajikistan's Nora Nada Gazeta newspaper and Havar news agency. It's titled "Working Together for a Brighter Future of China-Tajikistan Relations." The Chinese president says the two neighbors are at a critical stage of national development, and the two countries should improve and maintain high-level exchanges to push ties in the right direction. He also calls for results-oriented cooperation and new measures for trade promotion and expansion. And on security front, Xi Jinping says China and Tajikistan should oppose attempts by external forces to interfere in internal affairs or undermine regional stability. He says the two nations should boost people-to-people exchanges and collaborate on peace and development. I want to bring in Mr. Chu Jiang, a fellow at the Belt and Road Research Center at Minzu University of China, and Mr. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Great to have both of you with us. I want to first get your reactions to the president's article. Let me start with you, Mr. Gao. What's your takeaway from that article?
Well, first of all, President Xi Jinping's visit to Tajikistan is a landmark event in our bilateral relations. And the fact that President Xi Jinping published that article on the eve of his visit to Tajikistan indicates how important the president and China as a whole view China-Tajikistan relations. Now, after all, China and Tajikistan, we share a common border with our neighboring countries, and over the history, we have so much interaction between the two countries through the ages, and now Tajikistan is becoming a very important traffic hub from originally a very deeply landmarked country. Therefore, I think from Tajikistan's perspective, trade with China is such an important pillar of their local economy. From China's perspective, Tajikistan is such an important traffic hub for the overall Eurasian connectivity on the ground. And also, Tajikistan's cooperation is so important in the overall effort of the SCO in fighting against terrorism, radicalization, mostly spill over from the 20-year-old war in Afghanistan.
What stood out to you, Mr. Chu?
Well, I think President Xi Jinping actually used this article concluded the China and Tajikistan's relations, and also started a new page for the future as a framework, how we were going to have the relations facing the future, facing the common destiny. Well, China, as just Mr. Gao has just mentioned, I think China and Tajikistan is actually not, actually a very far away neighbors, but we are very, very familiar with each other with a very long shared history. And actually, back in the 2,000 years ago, Tajikistan regions and the Chinese Xinjiang regions and also Chinese Xizang regions, actually they formed a very large and prosper, culture regions for the Chinese Western regions. And we have our people's communication and exchanges and trade ever since 2,000 years ago. I think from the culture side, we're very, very familiar with each other. Tajikistan have very good lahman, have very good, mantas and all kinds of food. And they're very famous for their grapes and for the lemons and etc. So we have formed this prosperous, past in the history. But now I think it's the time to restart and open a new chapter facing the future. As Professor Gao just mentioned, we have right now many of the trade and the investment projects going on, and I think we have channels, we have the tunnels, we have cement, industries, we have already the new energy industries happened in Tajikistan, and just take a look, we have already $4 billion US worth of the bilateral trade. Considering Tajikistan is just a country with only 10 million population, and they have a rather a humble start of the economy. So I think we have lots of potential facing in the future, and the President Xi and also the President Rahmon have already set the tone, and I think we have many things to do in the future.
Now, the president also says China will work with Tajikistan to strengthen complementarity of China's Belt and Road Initiative and Tajikistan's national development strategy by the year 2030. Help us understand, how does that work? How does the two initiatives come together?
Well, first of all, Tajikistan, as we mentioned, is a landlocked country, and traffic-wise, it's very inaccessible originally, and other than airplanes, for example. Therefore, from the Chinese perspective, how to push through the railway connection and highway connection through Tajikistan, so that Tajikistan will become an important hub in the Eurasian transportation connectivity, will be very important. In that sense, connecting Tajikistan through Xinjiang with railway and then further extending that to the west is becoming a very important task. It is very important to know that China and the neighboring countries have agreed to start that railway connectivity as soon as possible. And then further, Tajikistan, unlike some other Central Asian countries, is not rich in oil and natural gas reserves. So you need to figure out a very unique way of development. And I think in this regard, China can really share its experience in modern farming, for example, irrigation, and the manufacturing capabilities to Tajikistan, so that it will not be left behind in this round of modernization drive. And Tajikistan really need to figure out its very unique path of modernization.
All right, gentlemen, stay with me. Let's also take a look at this. In the heart of mountainous Tajikistan, a once dangerous highway has been transformed. CGTN's Yang Chengxi tells us how this 360-kilometer highway linking Tajikistan's second largest city, Khujand, to its northern neighbor, Uzbekistan, has facilitated development.
This is a museum in Tajikistan's second largest city, Khujand. Among the many historical artifacts here, you'll find something quite unique. A set of workers' overalls. Why is this contemporary item held in such high esteem? Because it was worn by Chinese road builders who worked under these conditions from 2006 to 2009 in order to construct this. A 360-kilometer highway connecting the capital Dushanbe to the border of neighboring Uzbekistan in the north. Before the upgrade, this route was notoriously treacherous, even gaining some levels of international fame for featuring the so-called Tunnel of Death, which we will cross later. This road is also the only domestic link to Khujand. Such an essential highway would have been built much earlier if not for this, the Zarafshan mountain range. Before venturing into the mountains, we talked to some drivers offering car rides to Kujan.
In the past, the trip would take more than 10 hours. During winter, the road would sometimes be sealed off, forcing people to drive around the mountains through Uzbekistan to reach Kujan.
Wow, having to drive around through another country? Anyway, let's hop in again and see the highway for ourselves. A tremendous amount of work went into making this highway drivable year-round, including constructing over 3,000 meters of protective structures, 3 major bridges, and 35 smaller ones. As we journey deeper into the mountains, we'll see many of these tunnels. This is the Enzop Tunnel, initially built before the Chinese team came and upgraded the highway. It is famous for its nickname, the Tunnel of Death.
Yeah, the Enzop Tunnel is no joke. It's known as the Tunnel of Death or the world's most dangerous tunnel.
Dream come true for claustrophobics.
Water leakage, poor lighting, and ventilation once made it dangerous for travel. But all that was in the past. After a series of improvements, the Enzop Tunnel would now likely disappoint those who are hoping to tempt fate. The weather is fickle in this region. Heavy rain accompanied us until the Enzop Tunnel, but when we exited, it was all sunshine. Harsh weather was once the greatest threat to drivers here. During the highway's construction from 2006 to 2009, workers not only built the road, but also rescued over 35,000 stranded vehicles and assisted 23,000 residents.
In winter, this road frequently experiences snowfall, and each snowfall will trigger an avalanche without exception. Therefore, there may be 3 or 4 avalanches in a month. We have established a dedicated maintenance team that stays at several avalanche-prone locations 24 hours a day to provide timely rescue.
Now this is a much more modern-looking tunnel. The over 5,200-meter-long Chinese-built Sharistan Tunnel was opened in 2012. As part of the highway project, it is the longest highway tunnel in Central Asia. Without it, people used to have to drive up the mountains.
In fact, 93% of Tajikistan is mountainous. So one of the types of transport that can provide high-level freight transportation is road transport. Therefore, construction is of immense importance for our country from an economic and social point of view.
For a long time, the lack of transport infrastructure hinders travel, work, and trade. Because of limited development opportunities, nearly a third of the country's economy relies on remittances from Tajiks working abroad. Expectations are put on building more roads to improve local livelihoods. As the Chinese saying goes, if you want to get wealthy, build a road first.
Transportation and infrastructure are 2 of the key areas of China-Tajikistan cooperation. CGTN's Mahal Bardavid interviewed the country's Minister of Transport, Azim Abraham, on these ventures.
Over the past 3 decades, Tajikistan has implemented many strategic plans with our neighbor China, particularly in relation to transport projects, which are very important. In 1996, an initiative was taken to open a temporary crossing called Kolma Karasu, and in 1997, the point of connection for this crossing was determined, and the construction of roads began. Finally, on May 25, 2004, this crossing was opened, and recently representatives from our 2 countries celebrated the 20th anniversary of this crossing.
In what ways have multinational frameworks such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the participation in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization facilitated the advancement of transportation infrastructure in Tajikistan, and how have these collaborations impacted regional integration?
The Belt and Road Initiative proposed by Xi Jinping was supported by our president, and today, within the framework of this initiative, many works are being carried out in Tajikistan. For example, one of the multimodal routes from China through Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and Europe is located on this route. And today we strive to meet international standards for this road.
How do you envision the cooperation with China on transportation infrastructure projects will stimulate job creation in the local level and foster economic growth in the regions directly benefiting from these enhancements?
About 11 Chinese companies operate in Tajikistan, and if 10 to 15% of these projects are Chinese specialists, the remaining 80 to 85 to 90% are all local employees who receive good salaries. This, of course, ensures jobs and decent living conditions.
So, gentlemen, as we've seen, China has transformed Tajikistan's transportation infrastructure. But what competitive edge do you think China is offering to Tajikistan for such a vast transformation, Mr. Chu?
Well, I think China offers Tajikistan all kinds of the things they will need. Just as Professor Gao had just mentioned, well, Tajikistan is a country been landlocked for like thousands of years. Well, we don't think this is a disadvantage for Tajikistan if we can just pull through a road linking the Chinese grand market through the Tajikistan to Uzbekistan and towards the Caspian Sea, and then linking to the European market. And they will become, from a marginal place of all kinds of the big countries, now become the central region of the big places. Right now, we can see we have many of the agricultural product. We have all kinds of the manufacturing product, transported through China to the Central Asia and now shipped into this, European market. And where I think with China, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, the railway has been opened and more of the highway has been opened. This place can actually form a solid southern corridor. You see, actually, it's through the Central Asia. We have the Northern Corridor, Central Corridor, and the Southern Corridors. Well, Northern Corridors has been, crippled with efficiency since we have the conflicts in the north. Right now, everybody will know that. So right now, we've been heavily relying on the Middle Corridor, which is the China-Kazakhstan railway and highway systems. And now with the Southern Corridor has been opened, we have all the confidence to see that Tajikistan will be transferred from the landlocked, marginal region to the center of the transportations. And beyond that, they are not only serving as a gateway or a bridge or just a transporter, but in the future, they're going to have all kinds of the services, go along with the transportation. For example, energy. You will need energies to support all the transportations. You will need services. You will need finance for the settlings and clearings. You will also need restaurant, hospitality industries. So all the economy in this region will be activated through the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative.
And Mr. Gao, how would you characterize Tajikistan's importance to the BRI?
Well, before I answer your important question, let me touch upon what you asked the professor just now. I think over the past 46 years, China has really demonstrated without any doubt that China is the best country to build highways or connectivity projects of all kinds, because China has come up with a very unique way of overcoming all the natural obstacles, high mountains, valleys, gorges, for example. And the Chinese way of building connectivity projects is not only efficient, fast, cost conscious, and long during, for example. And I think for Tajikistan, this is particularly important because you are talking about a very highly mountainous regions, and then you not only need to build up connectivity within Tajikistan itself, but also connectivity projects linking Tajikistan with the neighboring countries. And there are quite a few of them. And each country has different terrain. For example, how do you seamlessly connect with them? And then, according to the Chinese way of building connectivity projects, these days, highway projects are no longer highway connectivity projects. They are also very much merged with digital communication, other standardized delivery systems, etc. So I think the disparity in terms of the capabilities and technological breakthroughs between China and Tajikistan is real. And fortunately, the people and the government in Tajikistan are happy to engage China in helping them to accelerate the way and the efficiency of building up their connectivities not only within the country but with the neighboring countries. Further, if you look at the eastern part of Tajikistan and the western part of Xinjiang, they actually share the same mountain ranges. Tajikistan is on the west side of the mountain range, whereas China Xinjiang autonomous region is on the eastern side of the mountain ranges. So how to build up connectivity between Xinjiang, China's Xinjiang, and Tajikistan in itself is important. So in all these respects, I think the China-Tajikistan's cooperation is crucially important. Now, answering your question just now, I think from the Tajikistan's perspective, China is not only a huge economy, very large, very advanced in many respects, especially in terms of manufacturing capabilities and a high level of industrialization in the high-tech sectors. And for many of these areas, it is true, without any exaggeration, that China is way ahead of Tajikistan. The key is how to equalize China and Tajikistan in many of these different aspects. And from China's perspective, there is no reservation, no hesitation to fully cooperate with Tajikistan and other SCO countries in sharing whatever expertise and experiences that China has accumulated over the past 46 years. I think there is a belief in China. If we in China can do it, Tajiks can do it at the same time, and other members in the SCO organization can also do that. We just need some sharing, cooperation, respecting each other, and without any ideological agenda. For example, we just want to promote connectivity so that people in all the SCO countries, especially Tajikistan, which is such an important neighboring country for China, can really move up the ladder as quickly as possible. So we can move goods, services, and people across these improved, enhanced connectivity projects with minimum obstruction. That's the key, I think.
But how would you respond to the debt trap narrative? I mean, the claims that there are political strings attached.
Well, I think that kind of accusation is absurd. Well, just imagine when you are in need to build something good for your future, for your next generations, when you need to, build yourself a new home, new factory, when you need something to increase your wealth and infrastructures, and someone are willing to lend you some money, will you call it with a reasonable price? Would you call it a trap? Just imagine, in your country, how much is the interest rate right now for your mortgage? I think in Tajikistan it's like over 20%, in Azerbaijan 10%, in America 7%. And guess how much is the credit provided by the BRICS banks to those developing nations? Just give me a guess. I can tell you that it's just a 3%. If in your country your bank can provide you 3% of the interest rate, for more than 30 years, for you to buy your own house, for you to buy your own farm, would you call it a trap, or would you call them the best friend of yours? I think it must be the second one, because it's not the short term, it's not excessive interest rate, and it's helping you to build your long-term, sustainable, futurist, development. By no means you're going to call it a trap, but you're going to call it a very important help. I think that's the reason why many South countries are trying to join in the BRICS countries network. They're trying to join in the SCO. I think that explained everything for the developing nations, because this kind of help is some real help, right, with sustainability, with no string attached. We don't require you to choose side. We don't require you to stand with me to fight against the others. No, we just require you to be responsible for the development, to be responsible for the shared future of mankind, and to develop your own future, because we truly believe a good, prosperous neighbor, peaceful neighbor will be always better than a poor, a chaotic neighbor, because with your purchasing power, with your stability, everybody will benefit from it. We call it 1 + 1 bigger than 2 effect.
Mr. Gao, before I get to you, we are now standing by for a welcome ceremony in Dushanbe, and we're getting some pictures from the presidential palace there. This is the footage coming from Dushanbe a little earlier. Of course, as you're seeing, preparations is going underway right now. This is the presidential palace in Dushanbe, Tajikistan. An official welcome ceremony will be held for President Xi Jinping, who arrived in Tajikistan for a state visit. That's going to happen in just a few moments. And when that happens, we're also going to bring that to you. The president visit there marks a significant milestone in the long-standing relations between the two countries. As you can see, the military honor guards are getting into position. The red carpet is being rolled out in meticulous preparation there by the Tajikistan side, ensuring every detail is in place for President Xi's arrival, with security tight and every protocol being observed there. So before that happens, let's also take a look at this. Agriculture is a pillar of Tajikistan economy, with its fertile lands producing some of the best fruits in the region. And our reporter Yang Chengxi visits a bustling market in Dushanbe to learn more about the country's growing exports to China.
Look at these pyramids of melons. These were actually birthday gifts from the president of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, to Vladimir Putin. It's no surprise if you know that melons are a symbol of this Central Asian country. Agriculture is the cornerstone of Tajikistan's economy, and the majority of farmers grow fruit. That's why this bazaar in the capital of Dushanbe is so full of colors. In fact, the name Dushanbe means Monday, because a weekly market was held here every Monday when the city first started as a small village. Now brace for a montage of me making weird noises as I explore this market.
Wow. I have never seen pears this small. Interesting.
These cherries are particularly delicious thanks to the region's unique climate.
Why are Tajik cherries so delicious? He insisted I taste it first.
Our clean air in Hassa makes the fruits naturally sweet and healthy. There are many buyers and importers from foreign countries who are interested.
Among the biggest export markets for them are Russia and China. In the first half of this year, over 3,200 kilograms of Tajik cherries were flown into China from this airport alone. Within 24 hours of being picked, these cherries are ready to be served on consumers' tables in their export markets.
Wow.
Sorry for that noise. Yang Chengxi, CGTN, Dushanbe, Tajikistan.
So, Mr. Gao, talk to us about the agricultural cooperation between China and Tajikistan. What stood out to you the most?
Well, I think Tajikistan really prides itself in being one of the most interesting agricultural and fruit growers in the world. However, when we talk about fruits, which are mostly perishable, you need to have better connectivity. The report just now mentioned the airlift from the producing areas to major markets. But going forward, for example, if highway and railway connectivity can be accelerated, for example, it can help transporting these perishable goods to the final destination more quickly and more efficiently. And this will help increase the income of the farmers. And also, for example, you can introduce a modern manufacturing industrial productions, for example, packaging them into more high-value products for the end market. So I think there is a lot of cooperation potential for China and Tajikistan and other final destinations. Traditionally, Russia and China are both large end markets, but what about other places? For example, if they can get their acts together, they can also export to potentially other markets like India, which is a huge market. And this will give more incentive to the farmers in Tajikistan to really move up the ladder very quickly, to introduce new high technology, and also think constantly about how to improve their delivery system through enhanced connectivity projects, linking them to the final destinations. And this actually is very much in line of what we believe in China in order to really become rich, build a road. So for the Tajiks, building road connectivities and improving them constantly will be a key challenge going forward.
And just give us an idea of the main areas of trade cooperation between the two countries.
Well, I think the two countries actually have very, much increased, trade between two sides. Actually, last year we've been looking at $4 billion US trade, considering, like I mentioned, they only have 10 million population, which is like half the size of Beijing. But their land mass, the whole territory of the Tajikistan is like Liaoning province of China, or 4 of the Hainan Island. So it's actually a rather big country in the whole region. And I think the trade is very important for them, just like Professor Gaz mentioned. Agriculture is the key in the country because 80% of the population actually works in agriculture, since Tajikistan is still a very much of a developing nation. So people will work on the land and find their livelihood in there. So the problem is, how can they sell their products to a bigger market? You see, if you are familiar with geography of Tajikistan, it's more like a triangle. It's like this. So in the north, it's like Kujand, and here is Dangala, and here is Pamir High Plateau and linking China. So what's the problem is, they are very much near, just one step away from the largest market of the whole world, China, 1.4 billion of population with 400 million growing, fast growing middle income class. And they have probably one of the best fruits and all kinds of agricultural products. How can they sell them across the Pamir Plateau? That's a problem. So here comes China with a solution. We have Belt and Road Initiative, and it's not just an empty talk. It's really the road, highway, railway tunnels, and etc. So right now they can sell their best fruit and agricultural products to China. This is the largest market, considering they only have 10 million of population, and their supply can be easily absorbed by the buyers in China. So it will immediately increase the local income. Just take a look. In the high plateau of the Pamir, and this triangle point, they probably have the best land. And here in the south, they have the dry land agriculture. It's more like cottons, it's more like wheat. And in the northern part is in the Fergana Basin, they have probably very wet and humid weather, so they can grow oranges and cherries. So they actually are producing the best quality of it. For example, in the past, the cotton of Tajikistan is probably next to none. Well, same quality as Chinese Xinjiang cotton. But we have very much of the developed transportation network. We'll sell it everywhere. But they do not have many of the choices. But now, as they get access to the Chinese transportation network, or Belt and Road Initiative, they can sell their products to the north and to the south and to the east and to the west. So much been amplified their potentials. And letting alone, they have already got very good agriculture in the Fergana Basin, in the Kujand, and the whole agriculture economy has been activated. And for this country, they do need agriculture development because they need a first bucket of gold for 80% of the population. And based on that, they can develop the secondary industry and further the third tier industry. The service industry. This is like economic path. You cannot just jump through it. So they're starting from the first step, and already they got a solid foot standing on that ground already. And we're looking forward to see their second and third phase.
Right, and it's been reported the country's cotton textile industry has been given a big boost after the construction of industrial and agricultural complex funded by Chinese investment. How are you looking at this?
Well, I agree with the professor. I think continue to focus on agricultural and fruit businesses is important. However, how to upgrade them? For example, some of the fruits are very perishable. But what if turning them into fruit juices, for example, and to move them in refrigerated way of freight to the final destination, which will command a much higher price for the end product. Further, developing high-quality tourism, because Tajikistan is well known as being kind of the Central Asia Switzerland, for example. Lots of beautiful scenery, unmatched scenery, unpolluted. And however, tourism is a very small business for Tajikistan, mainly because of inaccessibility. And I think with improved accessibility, maybe tourism should be a focus. And this will draw a lot of people, especially high-end tourism, to Tajikistan.
We're getting some footage from Dushanbe. Let's give you a look at what's happening right there. We're getting words that President of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, is there, ready to greet President Xi as his motorcade arrives at the presidential palace in just a few moments. Looks like the welcoming ceremony is going to take place very soon. We're just standing by for President Xi's motorcade heading towards the presidential palace. And when that happens, we're going to bring it to you. So back to Chinese investment and its impact it has brought to the country. You know, Tajikistan is part of a resource-rich region fraught with both opportunities and challenges. What are some of the key areas for the country's potential growth, and what kind of challenges should it overcome?
Well, right now, I think China has already got, most of the investment done, located in Tajikistan already. Judging from the numbers last year, I think 60% of the inbound of the foreign investment towards Tajikistan actually come from China. If you ask what is the most potential area, I think transportation is definitely, as we've been heard many times, I think it's just Chinese philosophy. You want to get rich, you just get the road done first. And secondly, not only the road, I think the connectivity comes from other two areas. The second one is energy. We all know that Tajikistan is, well, unfortunately, among the Central Asia, one of the country, well, I think the only one of the country do not have rich oil and gas resources. Maybe they do have it, but we didn't discover it yet. So what's the solution for them? I think Xinjiang has already provided them a good solution. Just go to the Pamir Plateau in Xinjiang side. You will see the solar panels and wind farms everywhere. So they do have the best of the energy, just not gas and oil. They have the sun, the sunshine. Just take a look at the high ground, all kinds of the mountains they have. It's the perfect place for the solar farms. And I think with this kind of the area, with this high plateau, and with the solar farm and the wind farm, we can easily provide it the energy for 10 million populations, livelihood, and also their productions. That's easy. And secondly, I think digitalization. I think right now for the trade, when we're talking about trade, what travels faster and circulates faster more than the physical products is the digital information. It's about financial clearing. It's about the e-commerce. Right now, I think Tajikistan is actually very much like of that kind of devices, standard, transportation, reception towers, and etc. So we can provide. Sorry to
jump in there. We're getting words. President Xi's motorcade has arrived at the presidential palace there in Dushanbe, Tajikistan. A official welcome ceremony is awaiting President Xi, as their discussion will take place this afternoon local time. And when we have pictures, we'll bring that to you. And back to you were saying, Tajikistan government currently has 4 development priorities. That is energy, transportation, food, and industrializations. But China is also exploring cooperation with Tajikistan in areas such as digital economy and green development, right? Your thoughts on this?
Oh, yes. We have already downput many projects in Tajikistan already. Solar farm and EV industry, can I imagine, in that country full of the mountains. So we're talking about building EV industry in Tajikistan. Well, I think Tajikistan do have their own very unique advantages. For example, their human resources is very much, rich. For example, right now, just consider they have one third of the population under the age of 18. And they have 2/3 of the population under the age of 30. So imagine how much of the potential do they have? What can they do? Just working in the farmland? No, I don't think so. They have the potential not only to work in a factory, but on the farmland. And they have the best thing is their brain with the young people. They can absorb new technology to work on the EV, and they can do e-commerce, to be the influencers. Who knows? And that can help this nation to leap forward into the future businesses and the future industries.
Right. And now we're hearing words. Our correspondent, Mahal Bardavid, is live for us in Dushanbe. Let's go live to Mahal now. Thank you for joining us this hour. Mahal, what's the reaction there to President Xi Jinping's visit? What more can you tell us about this?
Yes, there's been a lot of excitement here in the capital, Dushanbe. Yesterday, during his arrival, there was a grand ceremony, and there were a lot of young people there as well. They were performing for him. It was a grand ceremony, so we just were able to see the excitement on young people's faces. But also, over the last couple of days we've been here, we got the chance to talk to some students as well, as we visited the Confucius Institute in Dushanbe. And we talked to students who were really telling us that they were excited because they really see China as a potential for their future. A lot of them are trying to learn the Chinese language, the Chinese culture, because they think it can be like an investment for them for their own future. But also many Tajiks here in Tajikistan are quite aware that China is the largest investor in the country. So they really believe that the joint projects that the two countries implement can have an impact on their lives. For example, they know that the power plant that was a joint project that was built in Tajikistan really does help them avoid now power shortages that were really quite often and frequent 10 years ago, but are not now. So that's really an influence on their everyday lives, which is very significant. And many are also aware that there is a lot of trade going on between the two countries, that a lot of Chinese companies also have local people. So there are a lot of jobs created because of the cooperation between the two countries. But I want to turn now to my guest here. Thank you so much for being with me today here, Mr. Sadi Varisov. You're an international relations expert, so I want to talk to you a little bit about the visit and its significance. I just want to start with the importance of the state visit by the Chinese president here in Tajikistan.
Thank you for having me. I think the ongoing state visit of Xi Jinping, the President of the People's Republic of China, to Tajikistan is of high importance, as it pushes the bilateral relations between Dushanbe and Beijing into higher level of important bilateral relations. As we know, both countries are strategic partners and very important members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and both countries are working together since many years. And as you rightly mentioned in your preface speech, Tajikistan considers China as one of its biggest investors and trade partner, and both are implementing a huge number of projects. China's presence is vivid in every walk of life in Tajikistan. There are huge number of tunnels, of roads, all built by the support of China. And also considering the geopolitical and geographical situation of Tajikistan, both countries share borders, and both countries are jointly I have to mention that Tajikistan also has the longest borders of all Central Asian states with Afghanistan. So because of this geographical situation and geopolitical situation, Tajikistan plays an important role in joint efforts of fighting against the uncertainties, security threats that are coming from the south, not only to Tajikistan but to Central Asia as a whole. As I say, Tajikistan has the longest borders with Afghanistan. So all that gives the huge importance to strengthen the bilateral relations between Tajikistan and China.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of what kind of outcomes we can expect from this visit, do you have any ideas you can share with us?
Of course, Tajikistan can play a very important role as a country that provides the transit facilities for the gas pipelines of Turkmenistan, which are going through Tajik land to China. And itself, Tajikistan, although has no huge reserves, oil and gas reserves, but it has huge reserves of hydropowers, and also has a lot of ongoing projects. And Tajikistan is looking for foreign investments to support, to implement its power energy projects. And of course, China could be one of the main important investors in Tajikistan's hydropower projects and plants. And I expect that there will be some new agreements in this field.
So energy sector could be significant. And in terms of an evaluation of the bilateral relations between the two countries, what would your evaluation be?
I think these are extensive bilateral relations and moving in the very right direction comprehensively. As you also mentioned, that if we look at young population of Tajikistan, they give huge importance to learning Chinese language, Chinese culture, and many of them are eager to continue their education at college and university level in Chinese colleges and universities, and many of them see China as a future.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Mahal Bardavit, live for us in Dushanbe. And many thanks to your guest there as well. Now, Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has held an official welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. These are the pictures coming from Dushanbe a little earlier. President Xi Jinping arrived in the capital on Thursday evening. He was personally greeted by President Rahmon when he arrived at Dushanbe International Airport. The visit follows a packed schedule at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Astana, Kazakhstan. President Xi Jinping has called for steady development of ties with Tajikistan by improving and maintaining high-level exchanges. In 2023, the two presidents jointly announced the building of a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future, featuring lasting friendship, solidarity, and mutual benefit. And from 2013 to 2023, trade between China and Tajikistan has doubled. So let's talk more about this, gentlemen. You've just heard our guests mentioning, the two countries' cooperation in the energy sector. Matter of fact is Tajikistan is aiming now for 100% renewable energy generation by 2030. Mr. Gao, how can Chinese expertise help in this?
Let me give you one example. I don't think businesses in Tajikistan are working on this, but just imagine if Tajikistan can produce bottled water on the par with Evian from Switzerland, for example, or France, using the Alps water, but they are using the high mountain waters, for example, and then targeting the Chinese consumers. That product alone can really generate a lot of income for lots of people in Tajikistan. So I think using your brain in a smart way, using wisdom and thinking about where the large markets are, what is the consumer preference. For example, we need pure water, uncontained water, high quality water, etc. So I think lots of people can really think about it, and I do hope lots of people in Tajikistan and in China and elsewhere can really pool our resources together to help the businesses in Tajikistan to come up with breakthrough products. Now, the other thing is that China and Tajikistan really need to cooperate very closely in terms of climate change, because there is the global warming is real, and there is a receding snow line constantly in the high mountains. So that will lead to flooding for countries like Tajikistan. But after several years of flooding, there may be a drought to follow. So I think we need to be preparing for the fluctuation of the climate, temperatures, droughting versus flooding versus drought, etc. And I think because China and Tajikistan, neighboring countries, sharing mountain ranges together, we can really help each other in understanding the climate change patterns and try to take actions ahead of the time, rather than to be surprised when the disasters really hit us. Now, the other thing is that I do hope, while China and Tajikistan are completely different in terms of the size of the population, size of the economy, etc., but these two countries really need to deal with each other as brothers and sisters, completely equal. And for China, we need to really share our experience and expertise without any hesitation, without any reservation, with the brothers and sisters in Tajikistan, so that they will realize that working with China is the right way. And it is for the long term. It's not just for one deal, for one, for example, project. It is for the sustainability of the two countries. After all, we are a neighboring country, and we shared so many things across thousands of years of our history, and we need to make sure that our cooperation will really sow seeds for the thousands of years to come for our two people.
All right. Now, let me get your thoughts on this. What opportunities exist for joint projects in solar and wind energy between the two countries?
Well, just like Professor Gao has mentioned, we have huge opportunities in there. Just imagine those places, those people, when they have the energy, get access to, the automated agriculture, automated, processing. What kind of opportunity, what kind of industry, what kind of income they can generate based on that? Just imagine the whole country. Come on, the whole country of Tajikistan, their average, GDP per capita. How much is that? Can you imagine? It's only $800 US. $800 US. Just across the Pamir Plateau in Xinjiang, we have probably like 10 times than that. So these are young people, energetic, smart people. What they lack of is a natural endowment. They're not very privileged, very sadly to say so, but they do not lack of dedications. They need not a handout, they need a hand up. So if we can give them a certain infrastructure, just a little bit things to improve their status quo, imagine how much of a miracle they can create. And I do think this is a win-win result because, as Professor Gao just mentioned, Pamir Plateau is basically the glaciers in there. It's basically decided the fate of both Tajikistan and China, the Xizang region, because the Yangtze River, the Long River, originated from these regions. The glacier melted into little drips and formed the Long River and nurtured the whole nation of China. But also, if the melting goes on faster than before, an unprecedented way, and then it will cause easily flood. We have already seen flood happen in Tajikistan and Xinjiang region already, and those dry area does not have drainage system enough to cope with this sudden change because they used to be very, very dry with little rainfall. So if we can build this green energy industry, solar panels to absorb more of the heat from the sun and to slower down the process of the melting of the glacier, and I think it's protecting not only the economy but also the life and livelihood for both sides people.
Right, stay with me. We have more to talk about. In the meantime, economic and trade cooperation is an important driving force behind China and Tajikistan relations. For Tajikistan, a resource-rich country grappling with economic challenges, China represents a reliable partner for infrastructure and investment. Ahead of President Xi Jinping's state visit, CGTN talks to Dilshad Sharifi, head of international economic cooperation of the Tajik Ministry of Economic Development and Trade. Take a listen.
We are very happy that President Xi Jinping is going to visit Tajikistan with a state visit. This visit is going to raise our trade and economic cooperation to the next level because currently we are envisaging to sign several important bilateral documents in the trade and economic sphere. We are going to sign several memorandum of understandings in specific sectors of our cooperation, such as trade development, infrastructure construction, digital technologies, including digital trade, innovation, education. These are very important areas of our cooperation, and we believe that this visit is going to open a new page in our future trade and economic cooperation.
Tajikistan is the first country to respond positively and take part in China's Belt and Road Initiative. So in what new cooperations are we seeing with this initiative going forward?
Very important infrastructure projects are being developed within the Belt and Road Initiative, especially Dushanbe-Chanak Road, which was implemented by the Chinese investments. And this road allowed us to increase the internal trade within this country and increase the trade turnover with other countries in the region. So we believe within this initiative, important infrastructure projects and important trade and economic initiatives are going to be implemented, which is going to allow the countries of the region down the Belt and Road Initiative to improve their infrastructure, to create new jobs, and to increase the trade and economic cooperation between ourselves.
And we're getting worse. President Xi Jinping has held talks with President Emomali Rahmon in Dushanbe at the presidential palace there in Tajikistan. While they've got a packed schedule this afternoon, the two presidents are also going to attend a series of side events. But talking to us more about, people-to-people exchanges and the cultural exchanges happening between the two countries, Tajikistan tourism has actually received a boost with a larger number of Chinese investors or visitors in 2023, right? Talk to us more about it.
Well, first of all, for China and Tajikistan, if we continue to view each other as equals, for example, fully respect each other, and Tajikistan is a Muslim country, it prides itself in its Islamic traditions, and China need to fully respect that, and this will be a good illustration of China's respecting its neighboring countries regardless of its tradition, its faith, for example, and culture. And in that way, it will build a solid foundation for people-to-people exchanges. As the professor mentioned, China probably will welcome more students from Tajikistan, both college students and probably high school students coming to China to study and to work, to intern in major Chinese cities, for example. And then more and more Chinese people, as tourists, for example, should go there to see the other side of the Pamir mountain ranges and to get inspiration from the Tajiks. And then the fact that in China, Tajiks is one of the 56 ethnic groups that we have to constitute the whole nationality of China makes it easier for us to understand Tajikistan and to promote people-to-people exchanges. So I would say that people-to-people exchanges covering so many different aspects, educational, cultural, medicine, and otherwise should be very much encouraged. And the two governments should really promote and invest in this people-to-people exchanges. And then I think the professor is a typical example. He teaches in the Nationalities University in Beijing, and I will not be surprised if there are students from Tajikistan.
Oh, we do have.
Yes.
We do have students, the Tajik students. Look, we have special, affections for the Tajik students because in China we have Pamir Tajik as well in Tajikistan County. Chinese Tajik, ethnic groups are very, very famous for their patriotism. We call them eagles of China. So I think because we have the rich, communications between these two regions, and I think these kind of passions do, spill over to the adjacent regions, for example, to Tajikistan. So Tajikistan people, they do have very good feelings about the, Chinese, friends. So we never lack of Tajik students travel to China and have overseas studying here. Actually, in the past 10 years, the number of Tajik students studied in China has been increasing. As I still mentioned, just consider they only have 10 million population, and the number actually is no less than the students coming from Turkmenistan, no less from even the Kazakhstan. So I think the number is still increasing, not only in Xinjiang region or the Tibet or Xizang region, but also more and more students come to Beijing and Shanghai, even to Guangzhou, and vice versa. We've been seeing, I just came back from the Tajikistan, and you cannot imagine where the most people come from in there. The Guangdong people and the Fujian people. You go everywhere, you can speak Cantonese, and they're going through there just to go from the Tajikistan county of China, Xinjiang, and then go to the Tajikistan, for the tourism purposes. So you can basically speak Cantonese to survive in there.
Fascinating.
So just imagine the density and the frequency of the people traveling, between the borders. So it's amazing.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we're gonna have to leave it there. Thank you very much. Appreciate your insights. Victor Gao here and Mr. Chu Jiang. And that's going to do it for this special coverage of President Xi Jinping's visit to Tajikistan. Thank you so much for watching. Bye for now. Welcome to The World Today on CGTN. I'm Lee Toyoung coming to you live in Beijing. Our top story, Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has held a welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. Chinese President Xi Jinping is on a state visit to Tajikistan. He was personally greeted by President Rahmon when he arrived at Dushanbe International Airport on Thursday evening. The visit follows a packed schedule at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Astana, Kazakhstan. President Xi has called for steady development of ties with Tajikistan by improving and maintaining high-level exchanges. In 2023, the two presidents jointly announced the building of a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future, featuring lasting friendship, solidarity, and mutual benefit. And for the very latest on President Xi Jinping's visit to Tajikistan, we can now go live to our correspondent, Michal Bardavit. Thank you for joining us this hour again, Michal. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks with Tajik President Emomali Rahmon. Tell us more about it.
Well, yes, they did hold talks. However, we're going to know more in detail about what they discussed following their press conference, which will take place in just about an hour. However, regarding the content and the topics and the agenda for this visit, when he arrived, Chinese President Xi Jinping actually issued a statement and set the tone and the expectations for this visit following his arrival. He emphasized that, first of all, Tajik and Chinese relations have really improved and developed rapidly over the years, but he also expressed confidence that they are going to promote all-around cooperation between the two countries following this high-level visit and take relations to a higher level as well. And today there was an article that was written by Chinese President Xi Jinping that was published in the Hovar, which is the Tajik national news agency here. President Xi Jinping also stated that he looks forward to the talks with Tajik officials, that they will draw a new blueprint for relations, and that they're going to open a new chapter for relations between the two countries. Now, when we're talking about economic relations, there's also a lot of room for improvement, even though trade has really been improving significantly. Between 2013 and 2023, it doubled, and last year it reached nearly $4 billion bilateral trade. So I think there's going to be a lot of discussions regarding cooperation. But already Mr. Xi Jinping, he signaled that they would be taking trade even further. He stressed that they needed to explore and consider new measures for trade promotion. And he also gave some examples of what kind of areas and fields this would include. He mentioned high and new technology such as new energy vehicles, solar panels, and satellite communication. And he also stated that China would be importing new premium produce from Tajikistan, and that they would be trying to encourage more Chinese companies to invest in Tajikistan as well.
And that's been quite a packed schedule for President Xi this week, isn't it? What's left on his agenda in Tajikistan?
Well, in just about an hour, first of all, he's going to be presenting the Tajikistan president with an award, a Medal of Friendship. That's going to be quite a ceremony, of course. And then we're going to be witnessing a signing of cooperation for these documents that have been anticipated by Tajik officials. They told us that they expect dozens of documents to be signed in various fields. So that will happen in just about an hour and so. Then they're going to hold a joint press conference where they're going to tell us about the details of what they discussed during their one-on-one talks and their meetings between delegations as well. And then they're going to conclude with a ceremony, an opening ceremony with the Tajik government building as well as a parliament building that is a joint project. And Mr. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, also mentioned this before in his article, and he said that these new landmarks in Dushanbe would be new symbols of Chinese and Tajik cooperation.
Appreciate the latest. Thank you very much, Michal Bardavit, live in Dushanbe. Let's also get to more analysis. I want to bring in Meruart Makamutova, the director of the Public Policy Research Center. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Tajikistan was among the first countries to participate in the Belt and Road cooperation with China. What has this cooperation brought to both sides over the years?
Yes, just finished summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Astana, and it was also followed by state visit of Xi to Astana. So, as a citizen of Kazakhstan, I see that Shanghai Cooperation Before this year, Kazakhstan was chairman of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and Mr. Tokayev announced the results of 1 year chairmanship of Kazakhstan in this organization. So as Kazakhstan is interested to actively involved in the international trade, so for us in Kazakhstan was very important development of middle corridor as a new route for trade between China and Europe and going through Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia. We hope that for Kazakhstan, it will be new opportunity to develop our export-import relations with other parts of the world, because Kazakhstan is landlocked, largest landlocked country, and especially after the war of Russia in Ukraine, we have problems with access to international market. So in this case, Shanghai Cooperation Organization and Mr. Xi announced a lot of new ideas regarding development of infrastructure,
And
development of middle corridor, development of trade.
I'm going to jump in for a second. Just what positive impact do you think President Xi's visit will bring to China-Tajikistan relations?
China-Tajikistan relation. Of course, Tajikistan, as one of the Central Asian countries, also is interested in new investment, new trade opportunities, development of infrastructure, and in this case, China can be very, very helpful for development of Tajik economy.
Thank you very much
Tajikistan,
for
one of 5 Central
sharing
Asian
your
countries,
insights.
as well as Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're running out of time. Appreciate your insights. Thank you so much for taking the time talking to us. Now, Hello and welcome to our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan. I'm Li Chiuyang, coming to you live in Beijing. President Xi Jinping is now in the Tajik capital Dushanbe after attending the SCO summit in Astana, a state visit to Kazakhstan. The two sides are seeking to deepen ties and strengthen cooperation. Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has held a welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. Chinese President Xi Jinping is on a state visit to Tajikistan. He was personally greeted by President Rahmon when he arrived at Dushanbe International Airport on Thursday evening. The visit follows a packed schedule at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Astana, Kazakhstan. President Xi has called for steady development of ties with Tajikistan by improving and maintaining high-level exchanges. In 2023, the two presidents jointly announced the building of a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future, featuring lasting friendship, solidarity, and mutual benefit. For the very latest on President Xi Jinping's visit in Tajikistan, we can now go live to our reporter, Michal Bardavid. Great to have you with us, Michal. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks with Tajik President Emomali Rahmon. Tell us what you have learned.
Well, yes, they have held talks, and the small delegations have also been holding talks, holding meetings between the two countries. However, they did not hold their press conference yet. We expect that to take place in just about an hour or so, where we're going to get more details on the outcomes of this significant visit. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping did set the tone when he arrived to Dushanbe, the capital of Tajikistan, yesterday, when he issued a statement, and he emphasized that relations between the two countries have been developing very rapidly, that they're very strong and they're going to be even stronger, was what his message had. But he also had an article published in the Khovar state news agency of Tajikistan today, and in that article he also emphasized that this visit will promote all-around cooperation between the two countries and take relations to a higher level. So he really emphasized that there's a lot of expectations from this visit from the Chinese side as well, but we also held talks and held meetings with officials from Tajikistan over the last couple of days before this visit, and they also told us that they had a lot of expectations from what they saw as a significant official visit as well, and that they expected dozens of agreements to be signed in various fields. He also emphasized Chinese President Xi Jinping in that article today. He stated that the two countries would be drawing a new blueprint, a new chapter for relations, which would make them stronger. But in terms of the cooperation in different areas of agreements, we can expect there to be a focus on trade. He also stressed that trade has been growing significantly between the two countries, that just last year bilateral trade reached nearly $4 billion. So a lot of increase in trade, but he also said that there could be even further increase in this number for bilateral trade, and that there would be more new areas of cooperation. He gave some examples in high and new technologies such as new energy vehicles, solar panels, and satellite communication. So we can expect potentially that some of the documents that will be signed can be in these areas. And he also emphasized that they would be encouraging more Chinese companies to invest in Tajikistan as well.
And what can we expect next in President Xi Jinping's visit?
Well, next we expect a very interesting ceremony. I think it's going to be very beautiful because Chinese President Xi Jinping will be presenting and award a Medal of Friendship to his Tajik counterpart Rahmon. Then they will be doing the signing of cooperations of the dozens of documents we expect. So it's going to be significant to see for the Tajik people what kind of areas are going to get more joint cooperation, more joint projects in different fields, because many of them so far have been very influential and very impactful for the people of Tajikistan as well. Then we're going to expect a joint press conference that is going to take place, where we're going to hear about what they have been discussing between themselves. And then we will have an opening ceremony of Tajik buildings, a government building and a parliament building, which are joint projects, which Chinese President Xi Jinping has stated that these new landmarks in Dushanbe will be new symbols of China-Tajikistan cooperation.
Michal Bardavid, live is in Dushanbe. Thank you so much for the latest. Appreciate it. In the heart of mountainous Tajikistan, a once dangerous highway has been transformed. CGTN's Yang Chengxi tells us how this 360-kilometer highway linking Tajikistan's second-largest city, Khujand, to its northern neighbor, Uzbekistan, has facilitated development.
This is a museum in Tajikistan's second largest city, Khujan. Among the many historical artifacts here, you'll find something quite unique. A set of workers' overalls. Why is this contemporary item held in such high esteem? Because it was worn by Chinese road builders who worked under these conditions from 2006 to 2009 in order to construct this. A 360-kilometer highway connecting the capital Dushanbe to the border of neighboring Uzbekistan in the north. Before the upgrade, this route was notoriously treacherous, even gaining some levels of international fame for featuring the so-called Tunnel of Death, which we will cross later. This road is also the only domestic link to Khujan. Such an essential highway would have been built much earlier if not for this, the Zarafshan mountain range. Before venturing into the mountains, we talked to some drivers offering car rides to Khujan.
In the past, the trip would take more than 10 hours. During winter, the road would sometimes be sealed off, forcing people to drive around the mountains through Uzbekistan to reach Khujan.
Wow, having to drive around through another country? Anyway, let's hop in again and see the highway for ourselves. A tremendous amount of work went into making this highway drivable year-round, including constructing over 3,000 meters of protective structures, 3 major bridges, and 35 smaller ones. As we journey deeper into the mountains, we'll see many of these tunnels. This is the Enzop Tunnel, initially built before the Chinese team came and upgraded the highway. It is famous for its nickname, the Tunnel of Death.
Yeah, the Enzop Tunnel is no joke. It's known as the Tunnel of Death or the world's most dangerous tunnel.
Dream come true for claustrophobics.
Water leakage, poor lighting, and ventilation once made it dangerous for travel. But all that was in the past. After a series of improvements, the Enzop Tunnel would now likely disappoint those who are hoping to tempt fate. The weather is fickle in this region. Heavy rain accompanied us until the Enzop Tunnel, but when we exited, it was all sunshine. Harsh weather was once the greatest threat to drivers here. During the highway's construction from 2006 to 2009, workers not only built the road, but also rescued over 35,000 stranded vehicles and assisted 23,000 residents.
In winter, this road frequently experiences snowfall, and each snowfall will trigger an avalanche without exception. Therefore, there may be 3 or 4 avalanches in a month. We have established a dedicated maintenance team that stays at several avalanche-prone locations 24 hours a day to provide timely rescue.
Now this is a much more modern-looking tunnel. The over 5,200-meter-long Chinese-built Sharistan Tunnel was opened in 2012. As part of the highway project, it is the longest highway tunnel in Central Asia. Without it, people used to have to drive up the mountains.
In fact, 93% of Tajikistan is mountainous. So one of the types of transport that can provide high-level freight transportation is road transport. Therefore, construction is of immense importance for our country from an economic and social point of view.
For a long time, the lack of transport infrastructure hinders travel, work, and trade. Because of limited development opportunities, nearly a third of the country's economy relies on remittances from Tajiks working abroad. Expectations are put on building more roads to improve local livelihoods. As the Chinese saying goes, if you want to get wealthy, build a road first.
Transportation and infrastructure are 2 of the key areas of China-Tajikistan cooperation. CGTN's Mahal Vardavid interviewed the country's Minister of Transport, Azim Ibrahim, on these ventures.
Over the past 3 decades, Tajikistan has implemented many strategic plans with our neighbor China, particularly in relation to transport projects, which are very important. In 1996, an initiative was taken to open a temporary crossing called Kolma Karasu, and in 1997, the point of connection for this crossing was determined, and the construction of roads began. Finally, on May 25, 2004, this crossing was opened, and recently representatives from our two countries celebrated the 20th anniversary of this crossing.
In what ways have multinational frameworks such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the participation in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization facilitated the advancement of transportation infrastructure in Tajikistan, and how have these collaborations impacted regional integration?
The Belt and Road Initiative proposed by Xi Jinping was supported by our president, and today, within the framework of this initiative, many works are being carried out in Tajikistan. For example, one of the multimodal routes from China through Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and Europe is located on this route, and today we strive to meet international standards for this road.
How do you envision the cooperation with China on transportation infrastructure projects will stimulate job creation in the local level and foster economic growth in the regions directly benefiting from these enhancements?
About 11 Chinese companies operate in Tajikistan, and if 10 to 15% of these projects are Chinese specialists, the remaining 80 to 85 to 90% are all local employees who receive good salaries. This, of course, ensures jobs and decent living conditions.
Let's put things into perspectives when I bring in Professor Chu Jianfellow at Belt and Road Research Center in Minzu University of China, and also Mr. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Welcome, gentlemen. So the two presidents have held talks, and during their talks, President Xi actually said China and Tajikistan will announce the elevation of ties to comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era. Talk to us more about it. What's your interpretation of that, Mr. Chu?
Well, ever since 2017, China and Tajikistan has already been the comprehensive partnership. Well, comprehensive partnership actually has already covered a lot of aspects. For example, in trade, in economic cooperation, technology cooperation, and personnel exchange, and etc. That's for sure. We all understand that. But what's the new era? I think starting from this very visit, and we're going to promote this whole relation into a new height from a new perspective. For example, right now we're trying to help, Tajikistan to actually have more of their own productivities, have their own capacities in research and development, and also help them to form their own talents team. Just take a look at how many overseas students right now has been traveling from Tajikistan to China and been nurturing them, I think, from Beijing to Shanghai to Guangzhou, many of them. And those young people, like aging from 18 years old to 22 years old, after 10 years, they're going to form a whole different team of the talents and covering every aspect. We have already seen a very successful examples. For example, in Vietnam, ever since the past 10 years, we've been seeing the country have a massive growth, in all kinds of areas, from economy to trade to transportation technology. And I think from this time, Tajikistan is not only going to make some trade benefit with China, but also they're going to have their own growth, forming their own potential facing the future. I think this is something new in the new era.
What's your understanding of this partnership, Mr. Gao? How will this partnership further their bilateral relations in areas, for example, in security and infrastructure trade?
Well, it has become China's tradition in promoting better bilateral relations to elevate the relations one level higher than the other year by year. And sometimes they keep adding adjectives or new definitions to it. Sometimes the new definition will be very long. Sometimes it becomes a tongue twister. But the essence is the same. The essence is to keep promoting the relations higher and higher, from strength to strength, and without being complacency, and always being open-minded as to what more the two countries can do. And this exactly describes the bilateral relations between China and Tajikistan. We've moved from connectivity, highways and railways. We moved from agricultural cooperation. We moved in the direction of bringing more manufacturing capacities to Tajikistan. We moved in spreading the flowers of technological breakthrough that China is really taking great pride in to Tajikistan, so that people of all walks of life in Tajikistan can really benefit. And more recently, we've really been promoting people-to-people exchanges, more Tajik students coming to study in China, more Chinese technicians and experts going there to work with counterparts in Tajikistan. What's the uplimit going forward? I think as a result of this very important state visit by President Xi Jinping to Tajikistan, the two countries, the two nations need to feel more confidence in push the edge of the envelope so that China-Tajikistan good relations can be a good example for all the 14 land neighboring countries that China has, and for all the 8 neighboring countries that China's Xinjiang Autonomous Region has, so that I think we need to really use all our imagination and all the audacity to really push the edge of the envelope. Suffice it to say, I believe Tajikistan will be one of the most welcomed, most trusted neighboring countries that China ever has. And there is no limit to the scope and extent of our cooperation going forward.
Right, and as we speak, we're standing by for a signing ceremony before the two sides. And as our correspondent Michal Bardovet earlier mentioned in Dushanbe, we're expecting dozens of agreements being signed. What areas will you be particularly looking out for?
Well, according to our observation in the past visit, for example, to Kazakhstan or previously to Hungary or to Serbia, we've been seeing most of these, agreement we've been covering in the what we call the new era areas. For example, what we used to cover agriculture, we used to cover poverty alleviation, as well as for trade. But now I think more of the deals probably going to be rich in the renewable energies, high tech, digitalization, green transition, as well as the cutting edge technologies. For example, building the EV capacities, solar farm and wind farm, infrastructure capacities, and also helping them to build a machine of the machines, because for a lot of countries, well, they can have factories, but they don't have the machine to build the machine, which means whenever they want to improve their production line, whenever they want to improve their efficiency, they will still need to, buy in the products from the foreign countries. For example, China used to go through that way previously in the I think it's at the end of the 1990s or early 2000s. Every time when we try to upgrade our production line, we need to buy machine from Germany, from America. Well, the old machine is cheap, but every time if you want to just upgrade a little bit, you're going to pay hundreds and thousands times of money. I still remember when we have the first generation of the LED screens imported from Samsung, while Samsung have already got the 3rd generation of the production line. And when we try to jump from the 1 generation to the 2 generation, you can imagine how expensive that is, because we do not have the machine to make the machine. We do not have the meta technology. But now China believes, like I mentioned, a prosperous and peaceful neighbor can be the best neighbor. So why not? So I think more of these deals will cover in this area. And besides this hard technology and economic cooperation, there's a new area I think has been covered in past visit of President Xi, which is culture and communication. Remember, CMG, this is where we stand, have signed many of this kind of agreement with the partner countries, especially from this all-weather new era and comprehensive partnerships. So culture exchange and media exchange has become a very shiny point. I think all of us should look into that.
What are your expectations when it comes to these cooperation agreements? Any new trends you think will emerge?
Well, several things stand out as far as I can tell. One is different projects, more projects, larger projects. Then secondly, I think more people-to-people exchanges and cultural exchanges, because eventually, by the end of the day, it is the people-to-people relations that eventually will bind the two countries together. In that sense, I hope more Chinese universities will open the door wider, open to welcome Tajikistan students studying in China. And I hope they will study more science, technology, medicine of all kinds, biology, etc. So China will be very different from some other developed countries. They close the door so that foreign students cannot study certain subjects or disciplines. China wants to open the door wide open, come and study the advanced technologies just like the Chinese students, and then bring your knowledge back to your home so that your countrymen, your society, your communities can really benefit from such advanced knowledge. And then I would say China needs to work closely with Tajikistan so that the disparities between China and Tajikistan, which is many in multiple areas, multiple sectors, can be gradually reduced. So let's hope in about 10 years or 20 years, there will be no longer such great disparity, great downfall. For example, China is very highly advanced in certain areas. Tajikistan is still very much of an agricultural society. They need to really promote their industrial production, manufacturing production, high-tech enterprises. And I think in this way, China-Tajikistan cooperation will be the key. So I really want to see whether any of these agreements to be signed and to be announced very soon will involve science and technology.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I would like also to touch upon China's involvement in energy projects in Tajikistan. You know, hydropower plants and renewable energy initiatives, they have helped diversify Tajikistan's energy mix, right? How significant is that?
Well, it's very, very significant. Well, glad to mention that. Tajikistan, well, in the Central Asia, actually it's a very interesting place because in that country, more than 60% of the energy mix, well, in the professional saying, in the energy mix, actually more than 60% of energy has been provided by hydropower. Imagine that in a dry, desert-oriented place. Most of the countries have been oriented, you know, to oil and gas, right, for Kazakhstan, etc. But they are actually branding with their hydropower. Because in the Fergana center, in the center of the Fergana basins, actually there are two very important rivers that goes by. For example, the River and another river. Sorry, just on tip of my tongue. So, and also they have lots of the mountains, and also the verticals are very, very high. So you see the water is always flushing down from the top of the mountain and to the down of the basins, and form lots of a very good spot for the hydropowers. But here's the problem. The problem is that in this continental climate, when it faces the rain season, for example, in the summer, it will always have very good hydropowers. But in the winter, when everything stops frozen and you don't have the power, so it causes the curtailment very, very difficult to control. You see the peaks and the bottoms. So in order to balance the systems, we need to do very important things. One thing to do is called the power storage, which means in the peak seasons, you need to store the power generated from the hydropower stations, which is power storage is very, very expensive because you need to put the huge, imagine, lithium battery, houses of lithium batteries to store the hydropower. Safe for the winter. It's going to be very expensive. And also power transmission. You need ultra voltage power transmission to transmit where they generate the power from the top of the mountain to the Kujan to Dushanbe. So it needs also very high technology. I'm sorry, only one country mastered the ultra high voltage transmission, that is China. So this is very important. A second solution is renewable energy. Like I mentioned, forget about hydropower for all seasons. Well, in summer, use the hydropower. In the winter, when the sun is good, use the solar panels and wind. And that can be a good solution as well. So I think with these two key technologies provided by China, and I think Tajikistan will make a better use of the energy mix and to jump through the traditional fossil fuel and marching towards and frog leap directly into the renewable energy period of time.
Stay with me, gentlemen. Let's also take a look at this. Tajikistan was one of the first to support China's Belt and Road Initiative, and the two countries have collaborated on a variety of projects over the past 10 years. CGTN's Mahal Bardavit reports on one such project, the National Library of Tajikistan.
The architecture of this impressive building, located in central Dushanbe, is meant to symbolize an open book. This is the National Library of Tajikistan, built by China State Construction.
The construction area is 50,000 square meters and the cost is $34 million. This National Library project is a tribute to Tajikistan's 20th anniversary of independence.
With 25 reading rooms, the library has the capacity to house 1,000 readers and has many sections attracting different audiences, such as the Department of Eastern Manuscripts and Rare Books.
This department holds manuscripts and the rarest treasures of Tajik ancestors, accessible to readers every day. There is also a museum where original manuscripts of classical writers and calligraphers are collected.
One section, known as the Chinese Culture Corner, is where language lessons are held, dedicated to Tajik students eager to learn more about the culture.
Additionally, our library has an active hall named the Hall of Scientific Staff, where academicians, graduate students, doctoral candidates, master students, researchers, and teachers constantly use the hall to strengthen their scientific work, writing dissertations.
The National Library of Tajikistan has become such a source of pride for Tajiks that the government has printed its image on the 200 Somoni banknote, such as this one. The building is the largest library in Central Asia in terms of physical size, showcasing the country's commitment to knowledge and culture. The library also features a dedicated children's section aimed at attracting young readers and fostering their interest in learning. Michal Bardavid, CGTN, Dushanbe.
That's a wrap for this hour's World Today. Thank you very much. Coming up next is China 24. I'll see you soon. Stay with us. Coming to you live from Beijing, this is China 24, a look at China and its impact around the world. I'm Li Chouyuan. Let's get started. Coming up, President Xi Jinping begins a state visit to Tajikistan, seeking to increase cooperation to new levels. We meet a multicultural couple who opened a restaurant in China. The World Artificial Intelligence Conference continues in Shanghai. Plus, in the 12-part series of reports, we look at reforms of the Communist Party and state institutions. Our top story, Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has held a welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping. Chinese President Xi Jinping is now on a state visit to Tajikistan. China and Tajikistan are scheduled to announce the deepening of ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership for cooperation in a new era. The announcement will be made following talks between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Tajik President Emomali Rahmon in Dushanbe. President Xi acknowledged the strong cooperative results achieved under the Belt and Road Initiative and highlighted new plans for deeper collaboration in multiple areas. He also recalled President Rahmon's state visit to China last year, during which the two sides vowed to build a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future. And this is Chinese President Xi Jinping's first visit to Tajikistan in 5 years. On his arrival, Xi Jinping was greeted by a welcoming ceremony hosted by Tajikistan President Emomali Rahmon. Over 1,500 young Tajik performers dressed in traditional attire showcased their songs and dances. In his speech at Dushanbe International Airport, Xi Jinping extended sincere greetings to the Tajik government and people. He also highlighted the strong bond between both nations over the past 32 years, calling Tajikistan good neighbors, friends, and partners. For more, let's check in again with our correspondent, Michal Bardavid in Dushanbe. Great to have you with us this hour again, Michal. Tell us what's the latest, what's happening there at this moment.
Well, yes, the talks between the presidents and the small group discussions have wrapped up. The last that I was expecting was Chinese President Xi Jinping's presentation of the award of the Medal of Friendship to the Tajik President Rahmon. That's going to be, of course, a special ceremony there. And then we're going to witness the signing of cooperation agreements. They are expecting that dozens of agreements are going to be signed in various fields. We had talked with several officials from different ministries over the last couple of days as they were preparing intensely for this visit because they thought it was a very significant visit for both countries, that it would impact ties. So they expect that it will be in very different fields, and we're going to witness the agreements being signed very soon, I believe. And then we're going to have a joint press conference. We're waiting for that to happen just about an hour or so. And there, of course, we're going to listen to the details of the discussions of what they discussed amongst them, what the potential outcomes will be for both countries for relations, according to both of the presidents. And then there's going to be an opening ceremony of a joint project for a government building and a parliament building. And Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, had also emphasized that these new landmarks would be symbols of China and Tajikistan's cooperation.
And Michal, you've been following President Xi's visit to Tajikistan. What are some of the highlights?
Well, yes, of course, as you mentioned before in your introduction, there was a grand ceremony when he arrived. So the events basically started happening as soon as he landed yesterday at the airport. There was a massive grand ceremony with a lot of young people who were very excited of the Chinese president's arrival. And we've actually talked to a lot of young people before his arrival who are very interested in China because they are emphasizing that it's going to be potentially part of their future. A lot of them want to study in China. A lot of them are learning the Chinese culture because they believe it's like an investment for their future. And then there were other, of course, ceremonies and talks that took place between the two presidents that we're going to have more details. But already, even before that, we started to get signals of the expectations of both presidents regarding what they would be discussing. Because Chinese President Xi Jinping, first he had a statement as soon as he arrived, and then he also there was an article published in the Tajikistan state news agency Hovar that was written by Chinese President Xi Jinping. And there he emphasized that it would be very important, the significant relations between the two countries, that they would try to promote all-around cooperation between the two countries. He had also emphasized and given some examples of the joint projects from the Belt and Road Initiative that have been already very impactful for both countries. He'd given the example of a cement plant in Yavan, an agricultural technical demonstration center in Katlon, a textile park in Dangara, and he said that all these joint projects are really impacting Tajik citizens in their everyday lives, because this is helping Tajikistan upgrade their technological industry and therefore creating thousands of jobs for citizens of Tajikistan. So I think it's going to be important to see what kind of new agreements they will have signed after the meetings that are taking place today, and see what kind of new cooperations, areas of new cooperation will be available for the people of Tajikistan.
Yeah, we'll be watching that for sure. Thank you very much. Mahal Bardvat live is in Dushanbe. Tajik's leading newspaper Nora Naya Gazeta and the state-run Havar news agency on Friday published a signed article by President Xi Jinping. It appeared under the headline, China and Tajikistan for a beautiful future. President Xi called for a new level of bilateral relations. Our Janini has the story.
A new chapter of friendship. This is Narodная Gazeta, one of the leading Tajik newspaper. And starting from this morning, 15,000 copies of newspaper carrying signed article by Chinese President Xi Jinping are going to be distributed nationwide in Tajikistan. Hot off the press, carefully counted and marked, these fresh copies are ready to be delivered.
The newspaper will be sent to governmental organisations and also via mail. We're very happy for the collaboration of our countries.
Chinese President Xi Jinping quoted the famous Tajik poet Wudaki that there is no greater joy in this world than seeing the faces of friends for brotherly bonds with Tajikistan. The city of Dushanbe is adorned with Chinese national flags as the two presidents discuss new prospects for bilateral relations. In the article, President Xi said he has met with Tajik President Emomali Rahmon 15 times. He writes the good working relations and personal friendship have allowed the two countries to advance to a higher level of strategic partnership. Elena Bentikova, a chief editor from the Kovar news agency, believes that it's a natural continuation of the friendship.
There are more than 200 documents showcase the cooperation between our two countries. We expect it going stronger and extending to areas of green energy, medicine, science, manufacturing, and more.
Regional security and stability are also important. President Xi stresses in the article that both sides will continue to support each other's core interests and oppose any attempts to interfere in internal affairs. Zhang Yini, CGTN, Dushanbe.
As one of the founding members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Tajikistan has shared close ties with China over the past 3 decades. Take a look.
Tajikistan has a population of around 10 million, with 93% of its land covered by mountains. Due to its mountainous terrain and abundant rivers, Tajikistan is home to some of the world's largest hydropower plants. The mountains also define its borders, with China to its east. Since 1992, when Dushanbe and Beijing established ties, Tajikistan has received much support from China. Tajikistan views the Belt and Road Initiative as an opportunity to increase foreign capital, modernize its infrastructure, and build better connections with Europe and China. China is now one of Tajikistan's largest investors and top trade partners. In 2022, China accounted for 17.5% of Tajikistan's trade, second to Russia. By 2023, bilateral trade rose 53.5% from a year ago to a record $3.9 billion. The two countries have an intergovernmental commission for trade and economic cooperation and a sub-commission between Tajikistan and Xinjiang, the northwestern Chinese region closest to its border. Tajik President Emomali Rahmon has visited China nearly 20 times since 1993 to deepen bilateral ties. In 2017, the two nations forged a comprehensive strategic partnership. During President Rahmon's state visit to China in 2023, President Xi expressed China's willingness to build a community with a shared future with Tajikistan. President Xi considers Tajikistan an ironclad friend of China. The two countries continue to consolidate political mutual trust, enhance cooperation in energy and industry, and facilitate people-to-people exchanges.
Economic and trade cooperation is an important driving force behind China-Tajikistan relations. For Tajikistan, a resource-rich country grappling with economic challenges, China represents a reliable partner for infrastructure and investment. Ahead of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit, CGTN talks to Dilshad Sharifi, head of international economic cooperation at the Tajik Ministry of Economic Development and Trade.
We are very happy that President Xi Jinping is going to visit Tajikistan with a state visit. This visit is going to raise our trade and economic cooperation to the next level, because currently we are envisaging to sign several important bilateral documents in the trade and economic sphere. We are going to sign several memorandum of understandings in specific sectors of our cooperation, such as trade development, infrastructure construction, digital technologies, including digital trade, innovation, education. These are very important areas of our cooperation, and we believe that this visit is going to open a new page in our future trade and economic cooperation.
Tajikistan is the first country to respond positively and take part in China's Belt and Road Initiative. So in what new cooperations are we seeing with this initiative going forward?
Very important infrastructure projects are being developed within the Belt and Road Initiative, especially Dushanbe-Chanak Road, which was implemented by the Chinese investments. And this road allowed us to increase the internal trade within this country and increase the trade turnover with other countries in the region. So we believe within this initiative, important infrastructure projects and important trade and economic initiatives are going to be implemented, which is going to allow the countries of the region down the Belt and Road Initiative to improve their infrastructure, to create new jobs, and to increase the trade and economic cooperation between ourselves.
Let's talk more about this. To put things into perspective, let me bring in my guest, Mr. Victor Gao from Soochow University. Welcome to the program, as always. So one of the biggest headlines coming from that high-level meeting between the two heads of state is that both presidents agreed to elevate their relationship to the comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era and expand mutually beneficial cooperation. Talk to us, what might that entail?
This kind of elevation of the description of the bilateral relations is very important as far as China is concerned. And it also shows that both countries, in China and in Tajikistan, are committed to keep working, to keep pushing the edge of the envelope so that all the potentials in the bilateral relations can be emancipated. Now, what does it exactly mean? It depends on the agreements to be signed, announcements to be made, and the joint press conference that will happen very soon. And I would say that if you read the tea leaves in the cup of tea, I would say, then I would say the bilateral cooperation needs to be upgraded to reflect the changes between China and Tajikistan and the changes in the world, because the world is fast changing. For example, today, as we speak in Shanghai, they are hosting the World AI Conference. This is a big gathering. It means that China is really in the front of the AI revolution. Now, what does AI revolution mean to Tajikistan? This is a very big question because it's far away from the technological forefronts, and it is not very much plugged in terms of the hardware, software, semiconductors, algorithm, for example, of all kinds. But if China really moves to the forefront in AI revolution in the semiconductor chips, what will China do to leverage off its advantages together with Tajikistan for the benefit of the Tajikistan economy? I think this will be a major issue to be discussed between the two countries. And I do hope eventually, by the end of the day, people and the government in Tajikistan will say, tell themselves and tell the whole world that we are not left behind. China does not want to hold any secret from us. Whatever advantages they have accumulated, they want to share with us. After all, we are brothers and sisters. And China-Tajikistan cooperation will become a shining example for all the neighboring countries. China altogether has 14 land neighboring countries, around 6 maritime neighboring countries, for example, and we want to do the best. We want to put the best foot forward so that the people and the government in Tajikistan can take great pride in being the friends of all weathers in our bilateral relations.
Now, the president also, in his article published by local media there in Tajikistan, he further indicated China's commitment to strengthen coordination between the two countries' national development strategies. Right? What could come with that?
Let me give you one example. As we mentioned, Tajikistan and China share the Pamir Mountains. Tajikistan on the west side and China on the east side. Now, the glaciers on the mountains are melting very rapidly because of the global climate change, global warming. Now, what will that mean for both sides of the Pamir Mountains in Tajikistan as well as in China? It will not be identical because Tajikistan faces west, all the way looking to the Atlantic. China faces the east, all the way looking to the Pacific. However, there are common patterns in this kind of receding of the snow line in the Pamir Mountains, and it will cause repercussions to Tajikistan to the west and China to the east. I would suppose that maybe the Chinese government and the Tajikistan government will set up joint scientific teams to really check it out, to do the monitoring, the analysis, and also plug in the data of the Pamir platform with the global data of climate change, working closely with the United Nations organization so that whatever we see is not just a spot. Whatever we see will be plugged into a global analysis of the climate change. And China and Tajikistan can be better positioned, well positioned ahead of time for any potential disasters or calamities, for example, flooding, and eventually followed with drought of all kinds, etc. And then we need to really readjust our national economic development in China and in Tajikistan so that we can always be ahead of the game rather than being dragged by whatever that will happen eventually.
Yeah, that could be a really good example of bilateral cooperation and tackling challenges faced by all of us. Right. Thank you very much. Great to have your analysis.
Thank you.
As always. Time now for the third episode of our series on people from SCO member nations who have made their home in China. In today's episode, an Indian who has been living in China for more than 10 years recounts his journey to becoming a restaurant owner in North China's Hebei province.
Hello, namaste, ni hao. My name is Rajiv Gupta. I am from India. I am living in China from 11 years. And my wife is Chinese. I married with a Chinese girl. Hello, hello. 大家好，荣盛又出门了，跟着老婆一起出门了。I first came to China in 2013. Before I came to China, I never thought that China progressed so good because of the government policy and the hard working of the Chinese people. Even the small city, they are modern city. And the city like Shanghai, Chengdu or Wuhan, not only the modern city, but they are the smart city. 不可思议的中国，不可思议的重庆。There are many good things in China you may love. But the best things I like in China is the transportation system in China. 重庆地铁，中国基建就是牛。Really, very good. The transportation of China really going to the next level. You take the high-speed train, Gaotie, or you take by the roadway, Kaosu. It makes the life easier for the common people in China. 我现在已经成功了，这个就算的是我的成功，真的是这么多人爱我，爱我老婆，爱我们的餐厅，这个是我真的是很感谢。I opened Indian restaurant in Baoting City, and really I thanks to the Chinese people. They are really very supporting and very friendly. I feel like home in China, and Baoting is my second home now. India is also a big trading partner with China. We too are the oldest civilization country in the world and have a long history. So I hope for the better future of the India and China relationship. We need to get cultural exchange more and more, that we have a good bonding of each other, have a good relationship, so that we put an example to the world. All the best everyone and have a better future. Thank you everyone.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has sent a message of congratulations to Mohammed Ould Cheikh Al Ghazouani for his re-election as president of Mauritania. President Xi praised the long-standing friendship between both nations and highlighted the fruitful results from bilateral exchanges in various fields. He also emphasized the importance of deepening ties and expressed his willingness to work with President Ghazouani to elevate the nation's friendly and cooperative relationship. Chinese President Xi Jinping has awarded his Tajik counterpart Emomali Rahmon the Friendship Medal of the People's Republic of China. It was the first time a presentation ceremony for the medal has taken place outside of China. And let's take a short break here on China 24. Coming up next.
Coming up on Global Business, President Xi Jinping embarks on a state visit to Tajikistan with the aim of elevating cooperation to new heights. We are at the World AI Conference in Shanghai, where deepening cooperation on global AI governance is a major focal point on the agenda. And over in Britain, the Labour Party secures a historic election win, ending 14 years of Conservative Party rule. It's good evening from Beijing, and this is Global Business on CGTN. I'm Lulu. Chinese President Xi Jinping is on a state visit to Tajikistan. Tajik President Emomali Rahmon hosted a welcoming ceremony. China and Tajikistan are scheduled to announce the deepening of ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership for cooperation in a new era. Well, the announcement will be made following talks between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Tajik President Emomali Rahmon in Dushanbe. President Xi acknowledged the strong cooperative results achieved under the Belt and Road Initiative and highlighted new plans for deeper collaboration. She also recalled President Rahmon's state visit to China last year, during which the two sides agreed to build a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future. This is President Xi Jinping's first visit to Tajikistan in 5 years. On his arrival, Xi Jinping was greeted by a welcoming ceremony hosted by Tajikistan's President Emomali Rahmon. Over 1,500 young Tajik performers dressed in traditional attire showcased their songs and dances. And in his speech at Dushanbe International Airport, President Xi extended sincere greetings to the Tajik government and people. She also highlighted the strong bond between two nations over the past 32 years, calling Tajikistan good neighbors, friends, and partners. China's trade partnership with Tajikistan has flourished, with bilateral trade between the two nations reaching nearly $4 billion in 2023, up over 53% yearly. That's according to China's General Administration of Customs. In a recent interview, Tajikistan's President Emomali Rahmon emphasized that China has become the nation's second largest trade partner, contributing 40% of foreign investment in Tajikistan's economy. Over the past decade, China has consistently invested in various sectors with Tajikistan, such as mining, textiles, food, and energy. And this sustained investment has led to establishment of joint industrial parks and enterprises, reflecting the deepening economic cooperation between the two nations. In the heart of mountainous Tajikistan, a once dangerous highway has been transformed. CGTN's Yang Chenxi tells us how this 360-kilometer highway linking Tajikistan's second-largest city, Kuzan, to its northern neighbor, Uzbekistan, has facilitated development.
This is a museum in Tajikistan's second-largest city, Kuzan. Among the many historical artifacts here, you'll find something quite unique: a set of workers' overalls. Why is this contemporary item held in such high esteem? Because it was worn by Chinese road builders who worked under these conditions from 2006 to 2009 in order to construct this. A 360-kilometer highway connecting the capital Dushanbe to the border of neighboring Uzbekistan in the north. Before the upgrade, this route was notoriously treacherous, even gaining some levels of international fame for featuring the so-called Tunnel of Death, which we will cross later. This road is also the only domestic link to Kuzan. Such an essential highway would have been built much earlier if not for this, the Zarafshan mountain range. Before venturing into the mountains, we talked to some drivers offering car rides to Kuzan.
In the past, the trip would take more than 10 hours. During winter, the road would sometimes be sealed off, forcing people to drive around the mountains through Uzbekistan to reach Kuzan.
Wow, having to drive around through another country? Anyway, let's hop in again and see the highway for ourselves. A tremendous amount of work went into making this highway drivable year-round, including constructing over 3,000 meters of protective structures, 3 major bridges, and 35 smaller ones. As we journey deeper into the mountains, we'll see many of these tunnels. This is the Anzop Tunnel, initially built before the Chinese team came and upgraded the highway.
It is famous for its nickname, the Tunnel of Death.
Yeah, the Unzop Tunnel is no joke. It's known as the Tunnel of Death or the world's most dangerous tunnel.
Dream come true for claustrophobics.
Water leakage, poor lighting and ventilation once made it dangerous for travel. But all that was in the past. After a series of improvements, the Unzop Tunnel would now likely disappoint those who are hoping to tempt fate. The weather is fickle in this region. Heavy rain accompanied us until the Unzop Tunnel, but when we exited, it was all sunshine. Harsh weather was once the greatest threat to drivers here. During the highway's construction from 2006 to 2009, workers not only built the road, but also rescued over 35,000 stranded vehicles and assisted 23,000 residents.
In winter, this rail frequently experiences snowfall, and each snowfall will trigger an avalanche without exception. Therefore, there may be 3 or 4 avalanches in a month. We have established a dedicated maintenance team that stays at several avalanche-prone locations 24 hours a day to provide timely rescue.
Now this is a much more modern-looking tunnel. The over 5,200-meter-long Chinese-built Sharistan Tunnel was opened in 2012. As part of the highway project, it is the longest highway tunnel in Central Asia. Without it, people used to have to drive up the mountains.
In fact, 93% of Tajikistan is mountainous, so one of the types of transport that can provide high-level freight transportation is road transport. Therefore, construction is of immense importance for our country from an economic and social point of view.
For a long time, the lack of transport infrastructure hinders travel, work, and trade. Because of limited development opportunities, nearly a third of the country's economy relies on remittances from Tajiks working abroad. Expectations are put on building more roads to improve local livelihoods. As the Chinese saying goes, if you want to get wealthy, build a road first.
Well, economic and trade cooperation is an important driving force behind China-Tajikistan relations. For Tajikistan, a resource-rich country grappling with economic challenges, China represents a reliable partner for infrastructure and investment. Ahead of President Xi's state visit, CGTN talks to Dilshad Sharifi, head of International Economic Cooperation of the Tajik Ministry of Economic Development and Trade. Take a listen.
Tajikistan is the first country to respond positively and take part in China's Belt and Road Initiative. So in what new cooperations are we seeing with this initiative going forward?
Very important infrastructure projects are being developed within the Belt and Road Initiative, especially Dushanbe-Chanak Road, which was implemented by the Chinese investments. And this road allowed us to increase the internal trade within this country and increase the trade turnover with other countries in the region. So we believe within this initiative, important infrastructure projects and important trade and economic initiatives are going to be implemented, which is going to allow the countries of the region down the Belt and Road Initiative to improve their infrastructure, to create new jobs, and to increase the trade and economic cooperation between ourselves.
Agriculture is a pillar of Tajikistan's economy, with its fertile lands producing some of the best fruits in the region. Our reporter Yang Chenxi visits a bustling market in Dushanbe to learn about the country's growing exports to China.
Look at these pyramids of melons. These were actually birthday gifts from the president of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, to Vladimir Putin. It's no surprise if you know that melons are a symbol of this Central Asian country. Agriculture is the cornerstone of Tajikistan's economy, and the majority of farmers grow fruit. That's why this bazaar in the capital of Dushanbe is so full of colors. In fact, the name Dushanbe means Monday, because a weekly market was held here every Monday when the city first started as a small village. Now brace for a montage of me making weird noises as I explore this market.
Wow. I have never seen pears this small. Interesting.
These cherries are particularly delicious thanks to the region's unique climate.
Why are Tajik cherries so delicious? He insisted I taste it first.
Our clean air in Hassa makes the fruits naturally sweet and healthy. There are many buyers and importers from foreign countries who are interested.
Among the biggest export markets for them are Russia and China. In the first half of this year, over 3,200 kilograms of Tajik cherries were flown into China from this airport alone. Within 24 hours of being picked, these cherries are ready to be served on consumers' tables in their export markets.
Wow.
Sorry for that noise. Yang Chengxi, CGTN, Dushanbe, Tajikistan.
And still to come here on Global Business. As artificial
Uzbek President Mirziyoyev, Tajik President Rahmon, Kyrgyz President Zaparov, Belarusian President Lukashenko, Iranian acting President Mokbar, also present were Turkish President Erdogan, Azerbaijani President Aliyev, and the United Nations Secretary General. We understand that the SCO represents 40% of the world's population and a quarter of the global GDP, but we are not seeing Western leaders in this group. Professor Xu, exactly what's the significance of this meeting and how much weight does it carry?
Oh, very great. You know that we know that Eurasian land is key for the peace of the whole world. Now, just as you said, that there have been 10 member states, 2 observer states, and 14 dialogues, and occupying 25% of the area and half of the population, and $30 billion of the whole world. So it's not only for the peace, the implications, but also the economic development, and also the module of the economic development to how to develop our countries. That is what in my observing. But one thing is, I think that this declaration strengthened that to anti the terrorism will be normalization. We know that the stability of the region is of priority. Without the stability, the region cannot have the development. The secondly is to destroy the impossible triangular that we know that this summit declared that 2025, the year, will be the sustainable development year of the SAO. So that is, we can combine the development of region and the environment protection. The third point is that to strengthen the strategic dialogue between the BRI, the initiative, and also these nations own the strategy planning. So that is what we can, through the cooperation, to lay the very sound the foundation for the region mutual booming for the future.
Here are some of the key points of the Astana Declaration, which is very closely watched, and this is according to Xinhua. In the declaration, the SCO members reaffirmed their commitment to building a new type of international relations and a community with a shared future for mankind. Let's take a look at the summary. For instance, the unilateral and unrestricted strengthening of global anti-missile systems jeopardizes international security and stability. The document calls on SCO members to oppose a confrontational mindset in resolving international and regional issues. It also says SCO members strongly condemn acts causing massive civilian casualties and humanitarian disasters in Gaza, adding that seeking security at the expense of the others is unacceptable. Let me go to Sol Dust, my guest in Suzhou. How do you look at the emphasis on peace and security, and especially on these few points?
Good morning. Well, this is a very large regional organization, perhaps a very unique organization, which is now more of a trans-regional organization with having Belarus on board. So the pillars of the organization is pretty much about security, economy, political development for the region and beyond the region. So there's a lot of emphasis on moving towards multipolarity, what they have mentioned about resolving the conflicts through dialogue, settling political differences through consultation instead of violence, has been, pretty much reflects the core of the charter of the organization. It is a distinct feature of SCO, which has actually adopted a non-Western approach, pretty much opposing a U.S.-led kind of order, which has dominated the region for long, and now offering a more somehow China-led bounded order in the region for not only for the Eurasia, but also the Middle East. So the way actually the declaration is trying to confirm still the charter, the principles, the core principles of why these countries have come together, talks about how the declaration is actually, again, emphasizing that well, the organization is a platform for diplomacy. We can see that even the UN Secretary General has attended the meeting, trying to use this platform to talk to Russian president. He hasn't gone to Moscow to talk to President Putin. So using the organization as a platform for diplomacy also pretty much tells us about how the declaration, the core principles of the organization as well.
Let me go to my guest, Mahmoudov, who is CEO and founder of Five Stands Travel Agency. You must have been watching this development very closely, not from the geopolitical or big picture perspective, but really looking at the possible tangible opportunities that people such as you can have in greater people-to-people exchanges. What are you reading from the outcome of the summit?
Thank you very much. First of all, I can say the main objectives of the SEO is to promote, to make a good relationship among all of these countries, including Tajikistan and China. So, as a one person who is doing tourism in Tajikistan and all Central Asia, as a CEO of Five Stands Travel Company, I can say that right now relationship between our countries is becoming better and better. And as a young person from Tajikistan, I'm ready to contribute for this sphere in order to attract more Chinese tourists to come to Tajikistan, to travel, to make an exchange with each other, and to know about the culture, about our connection, which have around more than 2,000 years history. So this gives us a chance, like keeping connection, keeping a good relationship for this long time. And as a young generation, we are ready to contribute in the future also to develop this sphere, to do more our contribution in this sphere, and to have more relationship with Chinese customers, Chinese people, and to keep all of these good cooperation with each other.
Is there great interest, though, among people in the stands that you mentioned to come to China, to look at China, and to have more exchanges, people-to-people exchanges with China, not just trading in goods?
Yeah, that's right. To my mind, in order to keep a good relationship, there should be connection with each other. So tourism making a good connection, like tourism making without visa to each other's countries, like Tajikistan made for over 55 years, people, Chinese citizenship to come to Tajikistan to travel, and a lot of exchange programs. All of these, like Tajik youths go to China to make an exchange, to study Chinese language, as I did before. And I lived in China and studied master degree, for example, in tourism sphere. And all of these gives a chance to make a good connection and to keep all of these and to contribute our passion to contribute in this sphere and to keep all of these two countries together.
Professor Solduster, let me go to you. I understand you have Iranian background, and Iran was admitted to the SCO last year. Why do you think this organization is appealing to countries in the region? We're seeing partners, for instance, from the Middle East joining this grouping. We also see Turkish President Erdogan being part of the presence. What's the appeal? What sets this organization apart from other regional groupings?
Yeah, it's got different benefits for different countries in the region. For countries like Turkey, it could help the country balance its relations between West and East. It's a NATO country, it's got good relations with US and European countries, but at the same time, they can actually leverage their relations with Eastern countries, China, Russia, or Eurasian countries as a leverage in their talks with their Western partners. For other countries like Iran, it pretty much helps with the isolation that they have faced because of the draconian sanctions imposed by US in the region for years after the US withdrew from the nuclear deal, which was actually concluded in 2015. So it provides some sort of lifeline for some countries, economic lifeline. It has got some symbolic values. They can show the world that they receive some sort of recognition in the East if they're not actually having any meaningful economic relations with Western European countries. And it helps countries like Iran define their looking east policy. If they become part of these regional organizations, if they can tackle issues like terrorism through these regional organizations, that actually lends more legitimacy to their approach towards terrorism. There are issues like Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan again, and there are fears of spillover of the conflict in the region. So Iran alone or any other countries neighboring Afghanistan cannot deal with that alone. They need to have some sort of regional approach to counter the extremism or the issue of spillover of conflict from Afghanistan into the neighboring countries.
What explains the interest of Saudi Arabia and UAE, for instance, in this particular grouping, and what sets the Shanghai Cooperation Organization apart from BRICS, for instance, and NATO? For sure, it is Shanghai Cooperation is not a military alliance, but what are other fundamental differences? Because this group, this declaration particularly says not to adopt a confrontational thinking. What does that mean?
We're cutting in to bring you special coverage on the breaking news happening. Chinese President Xi Jinping has acknowledged the strong cooperative results achieved under the Belt and Road Initiative and highlighted new plans for deeper collaboration. He made the remarks during talks with his Tajik counterpart Emomali Rahmon. President Xi also recalled President Rahmon's state visit to China last year, during which the two sides agreed to build a China-Tajikistan community with a shared future. President Xi Jinping has emphasized the importance of deepening China-Tajikistan ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. During discussions, President Xi reiterated China's commitment to deepening mutually beneficial cooperation with Tajikistan. He also reaffirmed support for Tajikistan's development path and its efforts to safeguard independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. President Xi added that China will always be a trustworthy friend and reliable partner of Tajikistan, regardless of the international situation. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has awarded Tajik President Emomali Rahmon the Friendship Medal of the People's Republic of China in Dushanbe. It's the first time an award ceremony for the medal has taken place outside of China. Here's Chinese President Xi Jinping's speech at the ceremony. Take a listen.
Your Excellency, President Emomali Rahmon, distinguished friends, today we are staging this awarding ceremony so that to an old friend and also a sincere friend of the People's Republic of China, Tajik President Emomali Rahmon, we are awarding the highest state honor of China for foreign nations, the Medal of Friendship. It is the first time for China to hold such an award ceremony for the Medal of Friendship, so as to present the Chinese people's sincere friendship to the Tajik people and Tajik president. President Rahmon is the most experienced president in the Eurasia area. He also is a famous politician with the international fame. Also, for the Sino-Tajik relationship, he has always been a facilitator. President Rahmon for 21st times have visited China and met me for 16 times in total, contributing greatly to our relationship and is known well by the Chinese people. With the contribution by the Chinese leaders and President Rahmon together, the Sino-Tajik relationship has undergone the test of the changes in the international situations, from just a neighborliness to the strategic partnership to comprehensive strategic partnership. We have taken leaps forward in our bilateral relationship. And also our cooperation in multiple fields have generated fruitful results. Our friendship for generations are rooted in our DNA. So, for the friendship for generations, we are working together to build a community for shared future for China and Tajik. So we could point out some new directions for our future relationship and set some new goals. This Medal of Friendship is a manifestation of how President Rahmon has made huge contributions to Sino and Tajik relationship. It is also an embodiment of the whole society's aspiration for a better future. So, I would love to take this opportunity to give my best wishes to President Rahmon so that he could make even greater achievements with this award. And also, by joining hands with President Rahmon, I would also join the force to respect neighborliness, mutual benefits, and win-win cooperation. Together, we will lead our bilateral relationship forward and better benefit the two countries and peoples. Thank you.
The medal is the highest state honor of China for foreign nationals. It is awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to China's development or exchanges with other countries, as well as world peace. Blue and gold in color, the medal's design features elements including a dove representing peace and lotus petals symbolizing harmony. The chain features Chinese knots, evergreens, and peonies. The medal exemplifies friendship between China and other countries and the promotion of peace, justice, and fairness. It expresses China's wish for common prosperity among all nations. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Tajik President Emomali Rahmon have witnessed the signing of a series of cooperation documents. China has long been one of Tajikistan's largest sources of investment and trading partners. Bilateral trade was close to $4 billion in 2023, reaching a record high. China will continue to expand cooperation with Tajikistan in such areas as culture, education, health, and sports. And for more on this, let me bring in my guests, Professor Tu Tian, Fellow of Belt and Road Research Center in Minzu University of China, and Mr. Victor Gao, Vice President at the Center for China and Globalization. So talk to us about how you feel, your reaction seeing that award ceremony. This is the first time that a friendship medal, is being awarded outside of China, right?
Well, it's very impressive. Normally, such high medals would be awarded in China, in the Great Hall of the People. And this medal is the highest honor for non-Chinese, meaning foreign nationals, who have contributed a lot to friendship with the Chinese people. Normally, the awardees will be called the great friend of the Chinese people. And it is extraordinary in the sense that this is awarded outside of China when the Chinese President Xi Jinping is making a state visit to Tajikistan in Dushanbe, the capital city of Tajikistan. the extraordinariness of this award ceremony means that China really values the friendship of the Tajikistan president for having contributed so much to China-Tajikistan friendship. And I hope this will be the beginning of many of such award ceremonies, because China does need to acknowledge great contribution by international figures who dare to overcome all the odds to promote friendship with China, with the Chinese people. And it also bodes well for higher level of cooperation between China and Tajikistan in the coming years and decades.
Yeah, there's an interesting fact mentioned by the president. President Xi said the Tajik president visited China 21 times, and the two have met more than 16 times. That's quite incredible, right? How do you look at this kind of heads of state diplomacy? How important is that for developing bilateral ties?
Well, first of all, I think both of our presidents are actually very close friends. Well, they have a lot of things to talk to each other. Well, from our views, it looks like, this is like a people-to-people exchange, people-to-people diplomacy. And but in a larger picture, you're going to see this is actually, with a very, from a very large and holistic view, it's a larger story more than that. Because, according to our observation, because we do researches on the, the whole geopolitics, we find out when every time the global warming goes up like 1 degree, we find out the the presence between the ocean and from the land has been switching each other. For example, in Tang Dynasty of China, you will find out actually back in Tang Dynasty, it's a heyday for China, right? And at that time, in Xi'an, which is the center of China or the inner land of China, it's very, very warm. They have lots of rainfall, and they can even grow oranges in the Xi'an, and also they can grow wheat and rice back in the western regions, for example, in Tajikistan. So it's very, very warm, very, very humidity, and they can bear more of the people with more of the water. So that time, the inner land has become the center of the whole world. But when the weather cooled down, we find out the rice switched to the oceans, and now we see the great discovery, and we see the ocean travels has been happening. And now we've been seeing again, global warming may be a bad thing, but also we can see from another side is that the inner land has again coming back from the marginal spaces of the whole world, become the center of the whole geopolitical issues and economic development. I think through this trend, I think China has bonded again with Central Asians, bonded with Tajikistan, with Kazakhstan, and I think our leaders actually has already see through this trend and catch up the wind with this trend to develop the further development with this region. And I think this is very important to see the whole picture.
Yeah, and during that speech earlier we just heard from the president, he spoke quite highly about the bilateral ties between China and Tajikistan. He has always considered Tajikistan an ironclad friend of China. Why is that? What does it mean for, not only the bilateral ties, but also regional stability?
Indeed. One thing which impressed me a lot is that President Xi Jinping, in awarding the medal to the Tajikistan's president, said this medal, heavy as it is, meaning this is really a very important medal as far as China is concerned. It's the highest recognition of the contribution the awardee has made to promoting friendship with China. Now, keep in mind that both Tajikistan and China are neighboring countries with Afghanistan, which has been in war one kind of another ever since 1979. And the current situation is not fully stabilized in Afghanistan. That means that if China and Tajikistan can really put a premium to stability, development, cooperation, and friendship, I hope the leaders in Afghanistan can really learn a big lesson. They need to stabilize their domestic situation, develop their economy, and join as full member of the SCO as soon as they are capable of, qualifications satisfied, of course, and then really embark on the path of peaceful development. And I think it also gives inspiration to other countries, other members of the SCO, that really it pays to cooperate in an amicable way, mutually respectful way with China, because China does recognize and fully acknowledge your contribution, and not only in terms of such high honors, but also in terms of more enhanced way of cooperation between China and these countries. So eventually, the people in those countries will benefit from closer form of cooperation.
All right, thank you very much. Excellent insights. We appreciate you staying with us throughout our special coverage this afternoon till this night. Thank you, Mr. Zhu Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Gao. And that's going to do it for our special coverage of President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan. I'm Li Chuan in Beijing. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great weekend.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories: an elevated strategic partnership. China's President Xi hails a new era of relations on his state visit to Tajikistan. Britain's Labour Party returns to government after 14 years with a huge majority. Ex-Prime Minister Rishi Sunak tells the country he's sorry as the Conservatives suffer their biggest ever election defeat. And revived hopes of a breakthrough in Gaza, an Israeli delegation heads back to Doha for ceasefire talks. China and Tajikistan have elevated their comprehensive strategic partnership to a higher level. This came during talks between President Xi Jinping and his Tajik counterpart, Emomali Rahmon. The two countries have agreed to work together more closely in a number of areas, including trade, technology and health. Well, let's talk to our correspondent Li Jianhua, who's following President Xi's visit. Tell us more about this meeting.
Well, Jamie, this is President Xi Jinping's third state visit to Tajikistan, and both parties have
agreed to upgrade their bilateral ties to comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era. It means more political engagement and economic collaboration. And both parties have agreed to their bilateral ties are based on mutual respect and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. And we have to bear in mind that is a principle of China's foreign diplomacy, or I should say that's the selling point. And when it comes to economic collaboration, China is now Tajikistan's largest investor and a major trading partner. Bilateral trade volumes surpassed $40 billion in 2023, which saw an increase about 53% year-on-year. And Tajikistan was also the first one to join the China-proposed Belt and Road initiatives. And some of the project's flagship projects include the China-Tajikistan Highway, the Vardat-Yavan railway tunnels, and parliament and government buildings. And how about future cooperation? Both have agreed to align the BRI with Tajikistan's national development strategy up to 2023, which will focus on sustainable economic growth, reducing poverty, and enhance overall quality of life. What do they need from each other? China would like to export its high and advanced technologies, including its EVs, solar panels, and satellite communication to Tajikistan, and Tajikistan needs China to grow its economy.
Before this state visit to Tajikistan, China's president visited Kazakhstan and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, whose members are mostly from Central Asia. Why are these ties with Central Asian countries so important to China?
For the first reason is Central Asia's geopolitical significance. And we know Central Asia is a crucial region to China's Belt and Road initiative, and China has invested heavily in the infrastructure of some Central Asian countries. And Central Asia has historical and cultural significance for China, being a central part of the ancient Silk Road. The second reason is natural resources and economic benefits. Central Asia is rich in oil, natural gas reserves, uranium, and rare earth minerals. The third reason is security concerns. And we know counterterrorism is one of the objectives of SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, when it was first established in 2001. Central Asia's stability is considered significant to China's security, especially in Xinjiang, in northwest of the country, which shares a border with several Central Asian countries, including Afghanistan and Kazakhstan. And China is keen to ensure the stability of Central Asia, just in case that some of the regional conflict will spill over to China. And the last reason is China's trade tensions with the United States and the EU, generally in the West. China's tension with the West has been rising, especially the trade tension with the US. And now we know that the EU has slammed tariffs on China's electric vehicles starting yesterday, and China needs more partners but not allies. On the other hand, Central Asia needs China to grow its economy.
Jianhua, thank you very much. Our correspondent, Li Jianhua.
Britain's Labour Party returns to government after 14 years with a huge majority. Meanwhile, ex-Prime Minister Rishi Sunak tells the country he's sorry as the Conservatives suffer their biggest ever election defeat. And revived hopes of a breakthrough in Gaza. An Israeli delegation heads back to Doha for ceasefire talks. China and Tajikistan have elevated their comprehensive strategic partnership to a higher level. It came during talks between President Xi Jinping and his Tajik counterpart, Emomali Rahmon. The two countries have agreed to work together more closely in a number of areas, including trade, technology and health. Well, our correspondent Li Jianhua is following President Xi's visit. So, Jianhua, tell us more about President Xi's agenda in Dushanbe today.
Paul, this is President Xi Jinping's third state visit to Tajikistan, and as you said just now, they have agreed to elevate bilateral ties to comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era. 32 years ago, both countries established diplomatic ties. And today, Chinese President Xi Jinping also awarded Tajik President Rahmon the Friendship Medal of People's Republic of China in Dushanbe. This is the first such medal awarded to a president outside China. And we do know that the two presidents enjoy cordial friendship, personal relationships. In 2014, when President Xi Jinping first visited Tajikistan, and President Xi Jinping was invited to Tajik president's home for a family feast. And both presidents today also attended the inauguration of a government and parliamentary building aided by China under the framework of China's Belt and Road Initiative. So what does this comprehensive strategic partnership mean in the new era? So it means more political cooperation and engagement. Both parties have agreed that bilateral ties are based on mutual respect and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. And that is one of the principles of China's foreign policy, as we know. And both nations have agreed to collaborate on security measures, focusing on combating terrorism, extremism and separatism. That is one of the objectives of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
OK. And Jianhua, can you expand a little bit more on the nature of the partnership and how this bilateral cooperation will actually work, specifically the comprehensive strategic partnership?
Yeah, as Paul, apart from political cooperation and more engagement between the two countries, that is economic collaboration is extensive. And we know that China is the largest investor in Tajikistan at this point and is a major trading partner of Tajikistan. Bilateral trade volumes surpassed $40 billion, around $39 billion in 2023, which saw an increase of 53% year-on-year. And Tajikistan was also one of the first and also an active participant in the China-proposed Belt and Road Initiative. We know the initiative was proposed in Kazakhstan in 2013. So some of the high-profile of flagship projects include the China-Tajikistan Highway and the Verdant-Yavan railway tunnels. And we have seen some of the packages that our correspondents have made on the ground in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. And parliamentary and government buildings will be completed pretty soon. That is why the two presidents attended the inauguration of the two buildings. And also future cooperation. Both parties have agreed to align the China-proposed Belt and Road Initiative with Tajikistan's National Development Strategy up to 2023. What is the National Development Strategy of Tajikistan? So it focuses on achieving sustainable economic growth, reducing poverty and enhancing the overall quality of life. We know that China has made achievements in terms of its poverty reduction over the past years. And also, in the meantime, that both presidents are hoping to have more cooperation on interconnection, agriculture and mining. And we know that China is trying to have more market share in Central Asia right now. And China hopes to export its high and advanced technologies, including its new energy vehicle, which includes hybrid and EV and solar panels and satellite communication to Tajikistan. In the meantime, Tajikistan would like to get the help from China under the BRI to boost its economy.
So clearly some really rich, fertile territory for further partnership between the two countries. Jianhua, thank you so much for breaking that all down for us. That's Li Jianhua, our correspondent. So healthcare has been one of the key areas of cooperation between China and Tajikistan. CGTN's Mikhail Bardavid spoke to Tajikistan's Deputy Health Minister about the benefits of that cooperation.
We have several agreements between the Ministry of Health and Social Protection of Tajikistan and the Ministry of Health of the People's Republic of China, as well as with the cities of Xinjiang and Beijing. During the recent visit of our Minister of Health, Jamol Abdullazoda, to the People's Republic of China, he visited several clinics in Uyghur and met with our staff, who are currently undergoing training there. It should be noted that our cooperation in the pharmaceutical sector with the People's Republic of China is also at a very good level. In particular, there are already 54 joint ventures with China in our republic, and we have registered 208 types of medications allowed for import into Tajikistan from China. We are also striving to improve our pharmaceutical industry standards to approach the GMP level and meet international standards.
Please tell us about the future opportunities for cooperation in your field.
Based on the results we have already achieved through numerous meetings with representatives of the People's Republic of China, we have received visits from various Chinese cities, including Beijing, Changzhou, and Urumqi. We have now identified joint projects where we can work together, both in Tajikistan and by sending our specialists abroad. We also have specific plans for developing traditional medicine. The traditional medicine practices used in the People's Republic of China, we aim to establish production and proper use of these medicines in Tajikistan through our cooperation. Additionally, we have our own experience in traditional medicine. We want to combine the achievements of both countries to improve the quality of treatment in areas where they are effective.
Your ministry was instrumental in completing a program about eye surgery. Please tell us about the project and its impact on Tajik citizens.
In cooperation with surgeons from China, Beijing, we prepared our system in advance. We announced through our networks, including information networks and the head of our institutions, that the Ministry of Health conducted extensive work to ensure that the most needy patients received appropriate treatment at the Republican Ophthalmology Center. With the help of Chinese specialists, ophthalmologists, and volunteers, we were able to organize and, within a short period, in 2 weeks, they performed 543 operations and consulted 979 needy patients, selecting those who needed these operations.
reiterated China's commitment to deepening cooperation with Tajikistan. He made his remarks during talks with his counterpart, Emomali Rahmon.
The two countries have elevated their comprehensive strategic partnership to a higher level and have agreed to work more closely in a number of areas, including trade, technology and health.
Well, our correspondent Li Jianhua is following President Xi's visit. Just tell us more about this cooperation between the two countries and this comprehensive strategic partnership.
Paul and Jamie, this is President Xi Jinping's third state visit to Tajikistan, and they have agreed to elevate the current ties to comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era. 32 years ago, both countries established the diplomatic ties, and today in the afternoon, local time, Chinese President Xi Jinping awarded Tajik President Rahmon the Friendship Medal of the People's Republic of China in Dushanbe. It was such a medal awarded, first such medal awarded to a president outside China. And the two presidents enjoyed cordial personal friendship too in 2014 when Chinese President Xi Jinping first visited Tajikistan. And the president, he was invited to a family meal, and both presidents today also attended the inauguration of a parliament building and a government building aided by China under the Belt and Road framework. And as you said, they have agreed to elevate the ties now. What does it mean? It means more political engagement and cooperation. And both parties have agreed to the ties are based on mutual respect and non-interference in each other's internal affairs, which is one of China's principles of its foreign policies. And both nations have agreed to collaborate on security matters, focusing on combating terrorism, extremism, and separatism.
And can you give us any more details about the partnership, how deep it is, what kind of sectors it will cover?
So a part of political cooperation and engagement after the elevation of the bilateral ties, we're going to see more extensive economic cooperation between the two countries. And we know that China is the largest investor in Tajikistan right now and also a major trading partner. Bilateral trade volumes reached $40 billion in 2023, which saw an increase of about 50% year-on-year. Tajikistan was also a very active participant in China's Belt and Road Initiative and was the first one to join the initiative. Some of the flagship projects included the China-Tajikistan Highway and the Vardas-Yavan railway tunnels. And the parliament and government buildings will be completed. As I said, the two presidents attended the inauguration. And the future cooperation will include the cooperation between China's BRI and Tajikistan's National Development Strategy up to 2023, which will focus on achieving sustainable economic growth and reducing poverty and enhancing the overall quality of life.
Li Jianhua, thank you very much.
Well, Tajikistan is a resource-rich country, but it has a number of economic challenges. China has long been a partner in developing the country's infrastructure.
Dilshad Sharifi from Tajikistan's Ministry of Economic Development and Trade spoke to CGTN about cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative.
Very important infrastructure projects are being developed within the Belt and Road Initiative, especially Dushanbe-Chanak Road, which was implemented by the Chinese investments. And this road allowed us to increase the internal trade within this country and increase the trade turnover with other countries in the region. So we believe within this initiative, important infrastructure projects and important trade and economic initiatives are going to be implemented, which is going to allow the countries of the region down the Belt and Road Initiative to improve their infrastructure, to create new jobs, and to increase the trade and economic cooperation between ourselves.
In the heart of Tajikistan, a highway once known for being dangerous has undergone a remarkable transformation with the help of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Our correspondent Yang Chengxi reports.
This is a museum in Tajikistan's second largest city, Kujand. Among the many historical artifacts here, you'll find something quite unique. A set of workers' overalls. Why is this contemporary item held in such high esteem? Because it was worn by Chinese road builders who worked under these conditions from 2006 to 2009 in order to construct this. A 360-kilometer highway connecting the capital Dushanbe to the border of neighboring Uzbekistan in the north. Before the upgrade, this route was notoriously treacherous. This is the Anzop Tunnel, initially built before the Chinese team came and upgraded the highway.
It is famous for its nickname, the Tunnel of Death.
Water leakage, poor lighting and ventilation once made it dangerous for travel. But all that was in the past. After a series of improvements, the Anzop Tunnel would now likely disappoint those who are hoping to tempt fate. The weather is fickle in this region. Heavy rain accompanied us until the Anzop Tunnel, but when we exited, it was all sunshine. Harsh weather was once the greatest threat to drivers here. During the highway's construction from 2006 to 2009, workers not only built the road, but also rescued over 35,000 stranded vehicles and assisted 23,000 residents.
Now this is a much more modern-looking tunnel.
The over 5,200-meter-long Chinese-built Sharistan Tunnel was opened in 2012. As part of the highway project, it is the longest highway tunnel in Central Asia.
In fact, 93% of Tajikistan is mountainous, so one of the types of transport that can provide high-level freight transportation is road transport. Therefore, construction is of immense importance for our country from an economic and social point of view.
For a long time, the lack of transport infrastructure hinders travel, work, and trade. Because of limited development opportunities, nearly a third of the country's economy relies on remittances from Tajiks working abroad. Expectations are put on building more roads to improve local livelihoods. As the Chinese saying goes, if you want to get wealthy, build a road first.
Get you an update on this. Here's the latest on Chinese President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan. China and Tajikistan have decided to elevate ties to a comprehensive strategic cooperative partnership in the new era. President Xi Jinping and President Emomali Rahmon signed a joint statement after their talks. The statement says the decision was based on the current development needs of both nations. The two presidents have witnessed the signing of a series of cooperation documents in various fields, including trade, investment, security, and people-to-people exchanges. Beijing and Dushanbe established ties in 1992. China is now one of Tajikistan's largest foreign investors and trading partners. Tajikistan was among the first nations to join the Belt and Road Initiative. The nation saw the framework as an opportunity to increase foreign capital, modernize its infrastructure, and build better connections with Europe and China. And a joint press conference was also held by Chinese President Xi Jinping and Tajikistan President Emomali Rahmon following a signing ceremony. During the press conference, President Rahmon praised the achievements made between China and Tajikistan. He said China has supported Tajikistan in key areas such as infrastructure, pharmaceuticals, and technology. He mentioned China has provided over $4 billion in assistance from 2007 to 2023, and that more than 700 Chinese invested enterprises operate in Tajikistan. President Rahmon said the two countries are great partners and expressed hope of further cooperation with China across the energy generation sector. He also commented on the cultural exchanges, saying that the changes between the two countries, noting that over 5,000 Tajik students currently studying in China. Rahmon also highlighted the cooperation between China and Tajikistan through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Chinese President Xi Jinping also said his talks with his Tajik counterpart were informative and successful, adding that China stands ready to jointly promote high-quality Belt and Road cooperation with Tajikistan. Take a listen.
Your Excellency President Rahmon, the distinguished media friends, it's my pleasure to meet you here. It's been 5 years' time, and now I paid another state visit to Tajikistan. Again, I repeatedly felt the renewed friendship from the two peoples in China and Tajikistan. And also my sincere thanks goes to President Rahmon for your hospitality and your considerate arrangement for this visit. Just then, with President Emomali Rahmon, we had a very fruitful and constructive discussion. We signed the joint declaration announcing the decision to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership between China and Tajikistan. We decided altogether that from this new starting point, at a higher level, we will start to establish such a mutually beneficial community of shared future for China and Tajikistan. And also, we witnessed the signing of over 20 cooperation agreements covering economic and trade development, security, and people-to-people exchange, and so on. The China-Tajik relationship has a new positioning, blazing a new trail for our cooperation. I also awarded the Medal of Friendship to President Rahmon to thank him for his contribution to our bilateral relationship. The Medal of Friendship was the highest level honor for China to grant to foreign countries, and it's also the first time for China to extend such an awarding ceremony for the Medal of Friendship to foreign nations. It is a full testament that the Chinese people are very grateful to President Rahmon and also the Tajik people for our long-term friendship. And both sides will continue to push forward such mutually beneficial partnership. We will support each other to follow our development pathway with our unique conditions. We will safeguard our sovereignty and territorial integrity on both sides. And regardless of any change in the international landscape, China will remain a trustworthy friend of Tajikistan. We are partners and close brothers. Both sides agreed to implement the BRI initiative with higher quality, to engage with each other strategically and support each other's modernization drive. China stands ready to enlarge our import of the high-quality products from Tajikistan. We will elevate the quality and scale of our economic and trade cooperation. We will continuously deepen our connectivity cooperation by supporting Tajikistan to discover more potential in cross-border transportation. And we will also deepen our cooperation in terms of mineral resources. We will also elevate the level of cooperation in agriculture and try to cultivate digital economy, new energy, and AI development opportunities, as well as e-commerce and other new growing points that represent the new quality productive forces. China is also willing to have more people-to-people exchanges with Tajikistan so as to further cement our long-standing friendship. We also take use of the China-Tajikistan Traditional Chinese Medicine Center and Luban Workshop as key platforms. We will also set up cultural centers on both sides to support the youngsters, the media, think tanks, education cooperation. We also decided to enhance our cooperation in security. We will work together to safeguard our security on the borders, and we stand against any interference in our internal affairs by any third party. We will try to work together to safeguard the regional security and safety. As to the issue of Afghanistan, we will continue our negotiation and communication and participate in the mechanism building of cooperation. We will encourage Afghanistan government to establish a steady governance and encourage it to focus on development, improving people's livelihood, and count down on any criminal behaviors. We call for respect of neighborliness and friendship. We will try to establish some new cooperation projects by following the principles of seeking truth and practicality. China is serving as the presidency of SCO. Next year, we will hold the SCO summit in China. We welcome President Rahmon to pay your visit to China for the summit to explore the key development pathways of the organization. While the international community is wrapped up by more uncertainties and transformations, the importance of the international organizations is rising. China highlights the multipolar system in the world that is featured by stability and equity, as well as the globalization in the economy field. So we stand ready to work together with Tajikistan to implement the global security initiative, global civilization initiative, so that we could contribute our responsibilities to the world peace and development. I would love to thank everyone for your efforts made to cover this visit. And also, we are happy to see your coverage of our friendship and our strategic partnership between China and Tajikistan. Thank you.
All right, let's unpack what's been said there. Let me bring in my guest, Professor Chu Jiang, Fellow at the Belt and Road Research Center in Minzu University of China, and also Mr. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Center of China and Globalization. Thank you for being here with us. Let me start with Mr. Gao here. What stood out to you the most from the president's speech there?
Well, I think two things really impressed me. One is that President Xi Jinping emphasized that this is the first time to award the Friendship Award to a foreign friend outside of China. Now, this is significant in the sense that, first of all, it's unprecedented before. Secondly, it really demonstrates how China is grateful for the great contribution that the president of Tajikistan has made to further improve friendship and cooperation between the two countries. Now, the second point, which really impressed me a lot, is that President Xi Jinping is very detailed in outlining the key roadmaps going forward for how to really improve China-Tajikistan cooperation in the new era. That means we really need to have new creativity, new ideas about how the substance of the cooperation can be further enhanced and improved. He listed, for example, many areas of cooperation, including, for example, in the security area, as well as in exchanges involving think tanks, which I'm affiliated with one of them. And I do hope going forward there will be lots of such exchanges, in addition to the traditional emphasis on connectivity, highways, railways, etc. And I think another thing which is very impressive is that China, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan have already signed agreement to build the railway connectivity from Kashgar in Xinjiang, going west through Tajikistan, connecting with Uzbekistan and further westward. I think this will really add a lot of vitality to the local economic development in Tajikistan, and hopefully both China and Tajikistan will be very successful in further enhancing our cooperation and bring real benefits to the people in Tajikistan as well as here in China.
Yeah, the president is calling Tajikistan a partner and a close brother. Let me also get your reaction to what's been said there. What have caught your eye?
Well, I think, just as Professor Gao has mentioned, I think President Xi Jinping just provided a very clear roadmap for China and the Tajikistan cooperation in the future. I think I can, conclude those, roadmap into just one description. It's like standing on solid ground, but also looking into the sky with the stars. What is that? Is that, for example, President Xi Jinping mentioned clearly we're going to solidify our previous and existing cooperations, for example, on the mineral industries, on the agricultures, but also he mentioned very clearly we're not only going to sit in the solid ground we have already got the cooperation before, but also we're going to provide this country with more of the future corporations, to elevate its potentials. For example, he mentioned clearly about we're going to have corporations on the renewable energies, we're going to have corporations on the future railways and highways, as well as on the pharmaceutical research and development. Meanwhile, we're going to nurture more of the talents for this country, because we believe for this country, old and young country at the same time, and small and big country at the same time, because you have to understand Tajikistan, even though they only have 10 million population, but we have more than about 20 million Tajiki people, all over the Central Asian regions. So they are a very much important forces, and all over this whole regions. So we need to respect that and help them to look into the future, to nurture and also to alleviate their whole potentials to facing the future. So I think this is not only helping China, but also helping Tajikistan and helping the whole Central Asia to face prosperity future as a common community. So I think this is very important, and we all need to remember that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and perspectives, Mr. Tu Xiang and Mr. Victor Gao there. Paul and Jamie, that's the latest on President Xi Jinping's visit to Tajikistan. It's now back over to you guys. Welcome to The World Today. I'm Li Qiuyan coming to you live in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping and his Tajik counterpart Emomali Rahmon held talks earlier. The two countries have announced the elevation of ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership in the new era as the two nations seek to inject new momentum and open up a new chapter in bilateral ties and common development. In a joint statement, both countries reiterated their commitment to supporting each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. They also stressed to maintain close exchanges between legislative bodies of the two countries based on mutual trust. China and Tajikistan also acknowledged the fruitful results of the Belt and Road Initiative, pledging more practical cooperation in various sectors. They pledged to further promote people-to-people exchange, enhance cooperation in areas such as healthcare, traditional medicine, and educational exchanges. The two nations also pledged to jointly promote regional stability and world peace, enhancing bilateral cooperation in security. China and Tajikistan agree that a peaceful, stable, and inclusive Afghanistan is in the best interest of the region and the people. They also expressed willingness to take joint measures in preventing and responding to regional risks. Now, China and Tajikistan also emphasized the importance of maintaining peace, stability, and development in Central Asia. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Tajik President Emomali Rahmon attended a ceremony that marks the completion of the new Tajik government and parliament buildings. The new official buildings in Dushanbe, constructed with Chinese assistance, symbolize the strong diplomatic and economic ties between both nations. Built under China's Belt and Road Initiative, officials say it'll significantly improve administrative efficiency in Tajikistan. The 1.5 billion yuan construction grant was agreed in September 2017 during Tajik President Emomali Rahmon's state visit to Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has delivered an address at the ceremony, and he expressed hope for China-Tajikistan cooperation to reach new heights. Listen.
Your Excellency President Rahmon, ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you. It's my honor to be present for the inauguration ceremony together with President Rahmon and for the successful completion of the government office building and the parliament building. Congratulations. Years ago, together with President Rahmon, we inaugurated the model of the buildings, and over the years, the builders of both sides have been working shoulder by shoulder to conquer the difficulties and accomplish our fulfillment as expected and as scheduled. So, for your dedication to this project, many thanks goes to you. China and Tajikistan are joined by mountains and waters as friendly neighbors. Over the years, we have enhanced our strategic engagement and boosted comprehensive cooperation. Under the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative, we have implemented a series of strategic projects to support the rejuvenation of Tajikistan, and people in the surrounding nations feel the benefits thanks to our cooperation. Today, the inauguration of the two buildings will greatly improve the working conditions of the parliament and the government, and also will serve as new landmarks of our friendly cooperation. China stands ready to work together with Tajikistan to continue to observe the principles of negotiation, co-construction, and sharing, so as to execute on more such projects in Tajikistan, and thus making greater contribution to Tajik economic and social development. I hope that China-Tajik friendship will be renewed and will last forever. I also hope that our cooperation will continue to make new steps and bear new fruits.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has awarded Tajik President Emomali Rahmon the Friendship Medal of the People's Republic of China in Dushanbe. It's the first time an award ceremony for the medal has taken place outside of China. And here's Chinese President Xi Jinping's speech at the ceremony.
Your Excellency President Rahmon,
Honorable President Rahmon and dear friends, today we hold this grand ceremony to award the Friendship Medal, the highest state honor of the People's Republic of China for foreign nationals, to His Excellency President Rahmon of Tajikistan, an old friend and good friend of the Chinese people. This is the first time that as China awarded this medal outside of the country. The purpose of this medal is to express the Chinese people's friendly feelings towards President Rahmon and the Tajik people. President Rahmon is the most senior state leader in Eurasia and a politician with international prestige. He's also the founding father and promoter of China-Tajikistan relations. President Rahmon has visited China for 21 times and met with me 16 times. He's well known and respected by the Chinese people. Under the personal care and vigorous push of President Rahmon and Chinese leaders, China-Tajikistan ties have endured and overcome international changes. Our relations have deepened from neighborly and friendly ties to a strategic partnership and then to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Cooperation in various fields has yielded fruitful outcomes. Generational friendship has been ingrained in the hearts of the peoples. Last year, we jointly announced the building of a China-Tajik community with a shared future, which features long-lasting friendship through generations, solidarity, mutual benefit, and win-win cooperation, point to new directions and setting new targets for the development of future relations. This Friendship Medal is an embodiment of President Rahmon's remarkable contributions towards promoting the development of China-Tajikistan ties. It contains the earnest hopes of all sections of our society for a bright future in China-Tajikistan relations. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my sincere wish that President Rahmon will take greater achievements as the leader of Tajikistan. I'm also ready to work with President Rahmon to maintain our neighborly ties and uphold the concepts of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation, and lead our relations for the benefit of our two countries and peoples. Thank you.
اوردینی دوستی جمهوری مردمی چین را تقدیم نمایند.
The Medal of Friendship is awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to China's development or exchanges with other countries, as well as world peace. The blue and gold medal's design includes a dove representing peace and lotus petals symbolizing harmony. And the chain features Chinese knots, evergreens, and peonies. The medal exemplifies friendship between China and other countries and the promotion of peace, justice, and fairness. It expresses China's wish for common prosperity among all nations. And for more analysis on this, let me bring in my guests, Professor Chu Qiang, Fellow of Belt and Road Research Center in Minzu University of China, and Mr. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Thank you for staying with us. Now, the President has attended a series of events during this visit. Now he is about to wrap up his state visit to Tajikistan. Looking back, Mr. Gao, what do you think he has accomplished?
First of all, I would say President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan is a complete success. It further cements friendship and cooperation between China and Tajikistan, and also promotes the scope and depth and the substance of China-Tajikistan cooperation to a new height. It also bodes well for the coming years and decades in terms of how these two countries need to break new grounds and climb to new heights in promoting friendship and cooperation. And the fact that President Xi Jinping also attended the completion ceremony for the new government building and the parliament building with the Chinese grant and support also indicates that China's support for Tajikistan is real and substantive, and by working together, China and Tajikistan can really overcome all the challenges and the brave all the new opportunities for a greater success in the bilateral relations. It also bodes well for enhancing regional security and development, because China-Tajikistan success in the bilateral relations is a shining example for everyone else to see. All the other SCO members will really see that how this pair of bilateral relations based on complete trust and mutual respect and equality can flourish for mutual benefit.
What's your assessment, Mr. Chu? What were the highlights of this trip for you?
Well, I totally agree. This is a complete success. And well, we remember one key word of this visit. It's called new era. What is new era? Just take a look at the apartment building. Just take a look at the highway tunnels and everything. Well, in the past, lots of the surrounding big nations, when it comes to Tajikistan, the only thing they want to build here is in military bases, and also, just for the local benefit. But when Chinese people come, we left here in the tunnels, highways, parliament buildings, and all kinds of infrastructures, which will help this nation to find the potentials into the future. And we call it the new era because it totally changed the model of two nations or multiple nations cooperating with each other. We do not require immediate benefit. We do not require you choose side. We do not choose to, confront the other or the third party nations, because we believe, as a continental people, we believe, mutual trust, win-win result, sustainable development, which is just echoed the spirit of SCO. So I think this set up a new bar and new standard for countries to cooperate with each other, peaceful coexistence in the harmony and facing the human fate of the mutual destiny. So I think this marks the new era, and they will set a new example for the rest of the world in the future.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us for our special coverage, Mr. Gao and Mr. Zhujiang. We appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you.
And that is the latest we have on President Xi Jinping's state visit to Tajikistan. Now we're going to hand things over to Nairobi. My colleague Beatrice Marshall is there leading our coverage on SCO Summit. Beatrice.
Thank you, Chu Yuan. Well, welcome to Africa Live. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. Now, before his visit to Tajikistan, the Chinese president attended a summit of leaders from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Astana, Kazakhstan. The SCO is a group of countries including China, India and Russia, as well as several from Central Asia. At least 20 major documents were signed at this summit. For more on what the leaders achieved, we spoke to Professor Peter Kagwanja, President and Chief Executive of the Africa Policy Institute.
I think the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has the muscle that is needed to shape the world today. As you know, it is one of the largest regional organizations in terms of area and also in terms of population. It covers Asia, much of Asia, including China, India, Pakistan, Russia, and so on. And as such, it is not only does not only have the geopolitical muscle, but also the will to change the world. So I think we can depend on the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to help build a more dependable, more prosperous and more peaceful world today. I think the membership, the importance of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and its future is such that it is going to be one of the most attractive body after the BRICS, particularly in the Global South. You remember the BRICS is now a very, very powerful counter to NATO. It's one of the fastest growing organization in the Global South. And therefore, SCO will leverage on this. And in so doing, I think it will have to achieve three things. One is to shift the global multilateral order towards what you can call multipolarity. We need a multipolar world order where all nations are considered equal and treated as equal. Two, we need a more peaceful world where the might is not right, and where nations prefer to have peace than to wage unilateral wars and form unilateral coalitions. Finally, I think we need a prosperous world, and in so doing, what we need is a platform like the CSO, which will provide a platform to discuss key issues of growing a sustainable development or having a sustainable development.
We also spoke to Professor Nuran El Sheikh, an expert on political science and foreign affairs, to better understand the implications of the summit outcomes.
Such changes and transformation need to be supported from the majority or global majority, because no one country, however it is big, can only ensure such transformation. The will of global majority, the one who will guarantee such transformation and ensure the new world order, which, as I mentioned, fair, more just, have equal chances and opportunities for all. That's why all global south in Latin America, in Africa, as well as in Asia, should support such transformation, and from here we should start to move together to such new world order. Not only SCO, but all countries, as I mentioned, global south, needed to work on two main pillars. The first one is to ignore what the West is trying to impose, sanctions, limitation of trade, etc. I think we should keep far from that, and to ensure our own independence in economic field. That include a new system for transformation of money and investments, far from SWIFT, dealing in national currencies, and enhance South cooperation. The way to be or to ensure the new world order and to protect our right in development is the South cooperation. Now, I think that SCO becomes a leading force to peace and stability, not only in Central Asia or in Asia, but in the whole world. Actually, they emphasize very important issues in their declaration. Among most important is the de-weaponization of space. This is very important because, unfortunately, United States is taking very dangerous steps in that. Since 2018, since Trump, actually. So I think this is very crucial to move away from weaponization of the space. We should keep space free and to benefit from its resources, but for development.